Hello, hello, hello. Oh, you guys see the cat? No, you can keep playing. Wow. He just left the frame. You don't want to play anymore? No? Okay. Sorry, guys, that has to be enough. We'll see if he's gonna come back later. Oh, but welcome everybody! We're back to the old setup. Oh, I like it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And welcome everyone. Welcome Grumpy and hello Fluffy and hello Faker Ming and hello What Happened. Welcome to the stream. Oh, another cat appearance. We're blessed today. So how are you all doing? I haven't been checking in a while. How are we all doing, gang? I think we're doing kinda good. So, I'm finally back home. Which I love. At the same time, I sort of like of course like miss my family and my sisters and everything. Um but I do love to be back home and also in the Netherlands. Like we've already been to like my favorite Thai restaurant, and this type of quality food, I don't know, like maybe it's the place where I live, where it's just like, I don't know, I'm just lucky because the restaurants are incredibly good here. Um, but I never had this type of quality of Thai food in Germany before. So, and I still have a little bit actually. So after the stream today, I can still eat some of my Thai food. I'm excited. I'm also excited for you guys. I'm so excited to stream again and to be back, to be like fully back, like in the good old days. Yeah, hello? Okay? No? Okay. Aw, thank you, Grumpy. I time skipped the whole of the temporary setup error of yours. I mean, good for you because the audio quality was like so often like not really good, or like the also the like actually like people did say that they do like the setup actually, and I think someone even said that they like it more than this one. Where I'm just like, it was in a cellar room. Oh. But I guess I do sort of agree that like in this like setup here, there's like a lot of noise in the back of like all of the things, and it's like quite colorful. Like it doesn't fit the vibe as much of the stream. Um, but I do have to say that like just having like a normal seat and everything is superior, clearly. And am I winning soon? Wait, what? What do you mean, Grumpy? Huh? How's your mom's project going? Actually, I didn't start yet. So, we had like friends over till yesterday, right? So yesterday, like the like half of yesterday was the first day where we were actually like alone at home, and we just did like all of the work you have to do, like bringing out the trash and cleaning up the apartment, putting everything where it's supposed to go, and all of those things. So I didn't get to anything yet. But what I did do actually, I did prepare to start with the work for her soon, because I put like all of the video and pictures on my PC already. So in that regard, I'm prepared to start and don't have to wait like, I don't know, hours until it's actually on the PC. And I already have like um, two more things I have to do. So the for my mom is like clearly the biggest project, but then I started another project for the grandparents of Zeg, because they're like getting quite old. So we did like an interview video type like them, you know, like talking about their history and like their childhood and like whatever, you know, like just making a like a really nice video and also taking a video of like their house and all of the things they have and just to make like a really nice like who are they, how have they lived, so that you can like sort of get to know them and like maybe like watch that video to remember them by. um and then I actually took pictures of like the friends who are here. He wants to like also start a business, and so I took some pictures for him too, and I need to go through them and maybe edit them and all of that as well. So I'm definitely busy for the upcoming time, for sure, for sure. And I have Groove Holmes and hi Eclipse, welcome, welcome. The sentimental value. Oh, maybe we need to do that again sometime. Okay, I'm just gonna like allow that message because why was it not allowed? I don't even know. But welcome, Riley. You're playing Cards Against Humanity. That's good. I mean, Cards Against Humanity is quite a classic. I honestly still like I only played it once to be honest, but I still remember it because it was just I wouldn't even argue that it had good jokes. I wouldn't even say that, but they were working. So, you know. Ah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Potentially. So, I honestly think playing Cards Against Humanity, if you're like, if it's late and like nobody else has time and you need some laughs, is actually quite frankly like quite healthy, you know? Like it's better, I think, than like, for example, like doom scrolling on TikTok. So good on you. I actually never like I never considered playing it alone. But to be fair, we also don't have it right now. So first step would be to actually like own it, I guess. But so, how are you all doing? Like last time I streamed was, let me check, like 1.5 weeks ago, on like 11th June, Thursday. So since then, the past 1.5 weeks, how have you all been doing? Or like since the last time you were here? How's your mental health doing? How's your life doing? Yeah, same really. Like some of the like it really depends on like which people you play it, I think. Like I really like to play it with friends who like are on the same level of dark humor. So it doesn't get like too dark because that can be quite uncomfortable. But Apart from that, it's quite funny. Have you tried the new update on the Aramea map? They are interestingly fun. I didn't. I hate Arameum. I don't like to play it. I really don't like it. Like, I don't want to get into what I need to build to have a good build. And then everybody, like, what ends up happening logically is that everybody else has a good build, but I have a shitty build, and then it's just not fun. So I actually play regular Aram. I don't like to play Aram Mayhem. Like, whenever I play Mayhem, you know I'm playing with, like, really, really good friends. Where usually, like, I play with them, like, very little, and this is sort of like a special occasion. And they really want to play Mayhem and don't play regular ARAM or something like this. And then, only under these very specific circumstances, I sacrifice myself for the good of the people and play ARAM Mayhem. Yeah. Also, mental health is going low, not because of League, but because of the heat. Plus, my girlfriend is driving me mad. Ah, what's going on, Grumpy? I mean, the heat, I completely understand. Like, here it's gonna be, like, so warm in, like, a couple hours. Like, right now, I thankfully have, like, I think, like, 24 degrees or something here. But like, yesterday we had, like, 27 degrees at the evening already. In this apartment, in the coolest room. So, yeah, the heat is heating. How many keys are in that keyboard? In this one, I have no idea. There's the keyboard of my husband's. No clue. I don't even. I know nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. Like, I couldn't even tell you which, like how many octaves or whatever. No clue. Absolutely no clue. I know that this isn't the smallest one, and it's not the biggest one, I think. That's as, like, I know that he likes it, and he was very, very excited to get it. And I know that it's secondhand, and I think it cost 80 euros. Secondhand, by the way. But apart from that, there's nothing I know about this. And I have a video where the cat actually also played it a bit. But this is the full extent of my knowledge about and around this keyboard. So I'm sorry. Like, I hope, like, I, I don't know, like, maybe you can see it or something, but no idea. Can't help. My mental health is better now because I've been hanging out with a new friend, but I'm dealing with sex discrimination at work. I'm at risk of losing my job because of discrimination, so I'm fighting hard to keep it, but I'm fighting relying on that a system that failed to prevent it, legal laws, etc. It's being seen as not illegal if no one follows the laws or just ignores them, and litigation doesn't help, so it's a failed system right now. I'm really sorry for you, love, really. This is like, do you like, how hard would it be to find a new job for you? Like, is that an option, or are you relying hard on the job? Just trying to gauge how big of, like, an existential crisis we're talking about here, or like future uncertainty situation. And hi, Mr. Dio, welcome, welcome. How are things? Things are good. Really nice. Really nice to be home, to be with the cats, even though the cat is trying to flip over the kitchen. Like, well, not really the kitchen, but there's, like, these boards to, like, not go below the kitchen. He's not going below the kitchen. He's just tripping over these boards and letting them fall over. And then nothing happens anymore. Like, he just, yeah. But apart from that, like, we really need to fix them, like, so they are, like, held in place. But yeah, apart from that, everything is perfect. Like, I'm really, really happy right now. Like, first week home, I'm really excited for, like, now, because, like, today is, like, the first full day that we're, like, alone at home. And I'm really excited. So things are going very, very good for me, Mr. Dear. Hi, Judith. How you doing? You're envious. Your next purchase will be a keyboard. Do you need any sort of like feedback or something on that? Because I could I don't, like, you could always ask Zeg. Like, I don't know how much feedback he can give, but just, if there is something like this, I can tell him to text you or something. Apart from that, I can just say, like, if you haven't, check for secondhand. There are actually quite many options. Like, he was going through like multiple different ones, and this was actually the sort of prettiest and nicest. No, I see, Fluffy. I see. Are you doing already this like cold like feet plunge or like here cold water thing? For the last couple of months, they're actively demolishing next door apartment building, and the loud noise starts every day. At 4:30. That's allowed. Is that legal? 4:30 a.m. Huh? What? That's insane. Tuesday and a video call with her talking shit. Mm. So how have you been dealing with this, Grumpy? Because this seems quite exhausting. Like, I mean, going through the loud noise myself, like last month, it can really drive you mad. Like, especially if it's also like affecting your sleep. And then like staying up until like 3 a.m. and then like only having like silence till like 4:30. Like, there must be a better compromise. Like, I can totally understand that like she likes to talk and chat and video call and stuff, but like this is not really a compromise at all, which is like which could reasonably work for you. I don't know if you remember when I first met you 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was really missing my ex. I do remember, Miss Dear. Don't worry about it. You're no longer missing her. Last night I saw some old messages of how me and her texted, and I realized how cold she was texting me back while dating. Nice and offering support. It felt disrespectful, and I realized how I was just being dragged along, and from that I no longer miss her. I also went on a date today. I was okay, but I don't feel anything towards this person. Ah, okay. So the date was an okay, well. But I'm glad you're doing so well with like going through the breakup and everything, Mr. Dear. I'm really glad it's working out for you and you realize what you maybe do miss, but what you definitely don't miss about this past relationship. Maybe you can take some of that knowledge into future dates and know what you want and what you don't want. She pinned my message and she's trying to manipulate me every time, telling me that she was sad when I sent that message. She really loves to listen to my voice and how she wants to listen to me talk. I mean, Grumpy, do you still want to be with her? Like, if you feel like you're being manipulated by her and she's like driving you mad and like you can't sleep and you're trying to find excuses to essentially avoid talking to her and go to sleep, like, do you want to be in that relationship? Like, what is it giving you? What point do I need to lie just so I have the right to have basic things like sleeping? At the point where you didn't break up, but you should have. At the point where you are in a toxic relationship, which you shouldn't be in. And a relationship comes with sacrifice, but to what cost? Not to this amount of cost. Relationships do come with a sacrifice, yes. And you hear this very often from especially older people, right? Who have like who've like been in their relationship, their marriage for like years and years and years. And what you also sometimes hear is this like sort of critique on the younger generation of like, oh, but like they're just giving up so easy, and you know, like it's not, they just have to stick through in like relationship just takes sacrifice, but they're just like not willing to do any compromises and blah 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 whatever. But the thing is, it's really hard to actually explain to somebody what type of sacrifice you mean, right? Because depending on your upbringing, the sacrifice you mean is going to look very, very different, right? If you were brought up in like a super healthy like environment with your parents and stuff, your boundaries were always respected and all of these things, you know, sacrifice maybe means a slight inconvenience. If you were like in your upbringing in like a really toxic environment where you the entire time had to like held back and there was no space for your boundaries, sacrifice to you means something entirely different, right? And so the thing I can just say, or like how I can try to explain the level of sacrifice you do want to give in a relationship, is the sacrifice you want to give, because a relationship is like I essentially took the punchline away with that, but a relationship is your free choice, right? A relationship should not only be like a free choice, but should also be something you do want, like you feel like at the end of the day is always worth it and you wouldn't want to be without them, where you feel like this is like looking at your relationship, you should be like, this is clearly, without a doubt, a net positive. Like, no matter the fights we get into, no matter the disagreements, no matter the compromises I make, this is clearly still, at the end of the day, a net positive for me. If you feel like your relationship is getting to the point where you're only getting to an area where you don't know if it's a net positive, that's already a red flag. And that's something where like you can try to work on it, right? Like you can try to explain to your partner what you need and what you can't give anymore, maybe. Or like you can try to enforce some boundaries maybe you've been slacking on, right? And like try to work on this with them. And if you have a partner who is really interested in that relationship with you, they will try to find a compromise with you which works for both of you better than before, right? If you have a partner which is not wanting to do this compromise, which is fair, right? Like some people can't be together. Like we do also need to realize that, like love is not enough. I say this so often, love is not enough. Like the type of life we want is a decision we have to make. And with some people, it's not going to fit together, right? And also, for example, with communication as well. Like if our communication styles are so different that we're always going to butt heads and there is no progress being made and we're always being heard and it's getting into a downward spiral instead of actually like learning from this and getting like closer together and stuff, then that's also not a good position to be in. And again, a relationship should at the end of the day be a net positive. Like even in hard times, even in times where your partner is sick and you have to take all the responsibility, you should feel like, but I wouldn't leave. Like I love them and what they give me is like maybe not physical in that moment, but just being with them, being able to be there for them and all of these things, it's still something I choose to be here. I don't want to be away from that person. Um so essentially, it's the sacrifice you do want to give. If you feel like, oh, but if talking to her in the middle of the night, even though I get no sleep, is essentially worth it because like she loves it so much and like I can really support her and the talks we have at that time are so nice and like yeah, I don't have sleep, but you know, like this is something I'm willing to give because it's just it's worth it to me, then you do want to do that. But if it's something where you're like, I don't want to give this needs to go a different way, this is not an optimal solution, this solution doesn't work for me even, and you try and tell that to your partner, and your partner is essentially just like, I don't give a fuck, you know, like either this or be gone, then you also know how much willing they are to make it work, right? Like a relationship is two people coming together, so the compromises shouldn't always be on one part. The compromises should be in the middle. The middle can look from the outside to on one hand, right? This is why it's important that not your friends or family say that relationship is shit, but you yourself feel how you feel about that relationship, right? But if you start hating your partner, you might already be past the point where you want to work on it. And it might be really the best to just break up. Because every partner, and in any relationship, I think if you are in a relationship, you should be loved. And if you notice that you don't love your partner anymore, you can't stand to be around them, this is something which they don't deserve either, right? So I'm not even trying to like put the blame on you or put the blame on them. And it really, I'm not a big fan of making judgments. Like, for example, that something is a narcissistic trait or something. This doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's officially a bad person or not, or officially a bad partner, because there's no such thing as being like officially a bad partner or bad person, right? Like, except, I don't know, you know, like you're in jail for whatever. But like even then I think there's you know like there's so many layers to this. This is a discussion for another day, but um this is about two people coming together and making it work, right? And with many people it won't work. Many people will ask you to love them in ways where you don't want to love them in these ways. You can't give that to them, and to you it's hurtful or even harmful, and then you break up. You're not the partners for each other. But there's going to be people where you ask them to love you in a certain way, and they will be willing and actually excited to love you in that way. And that's a partner where you know it works with. Like the tough and the good times you have to like work through and stuff like this. It's it doesn't mean that you're butting heads all day. Like your relationship shouldn't make a good moment harder than it is, you know? Essentially, what it means is that life sometimes gets hard for everybody. Some situations are really, really tough. In some situations, one person has no energy left for anything and gets irritated or something like this. And those situations, you want to stick through them with your partner. But this is also something where you should be in this together, not against each other. For example, like having a kid, having also like a cat or dog or something. Sometimes shit happens. Or for example, with the noise, at your neighbor's place where they're renovating or whatever they're doing. It's like that stuff makes life harder. Or for example, like losing your job because of like sex discrimination, like that's fucking annoying. And that makes life harder. So there's a lot of situations where life gets tough. And in these situations, you want to stick through them with your partner. But essentially, hand in hand and not fighting against each other. If you notice that your partner is making, or like this relationship, not your partner, because this is not something they do on their own. Again, like this is a two-person problem always. But if you notice that this relationship is making regular life, where stuff isn't harder, and that's not only like a one-time occasion because they're going through something, or something where like then you talked about it and then it's gone, you know? But this is really something where over and over again, and it even gets worse because you two build resentment or something, and then you're always just like poking each other. If you realize that with your partner, like you dislike your partner more than your friends, and you're only looking for the next moment where you can like sort of like poke them or annoy them or like put them down or something like this, just leave. Just leave that relationship. Like, that's not a good behavior. That's not a good life. And that is not entirely their fault. As long as the relationship is sort of you have the free will to leave, behavior like this is never only their fault. How do I end things now with minimum damage? I think I would keep it simple. I would not write a huge text where like all of these things didn't work for me. Because if you already know you want to leave and you don't want to work on it, all this feedback essentially doesn't really make sense, right? Um, and none of that feedback comes from a place of love anymore, but from a place of like wanting to actually be out of her life. And I think that's a place where feedback doesn't like entirely make sense because we're like super biased. Um, so I think if I were you and you just want to end that relationship, um, I think I would say like I don't know, something like thank you for everything you've did for me, but this relationship sadly really doesn't work for me. And I don't think there's space to work things out. And I also don't really feel like I want to try and work things out. Hope you have a good life. Like, I don't think I would blame or put blame in it. I think the important part is relationship is over in like very clear cut. So there's no like ambiguity or something. There's no like, oh, maybe she didn't mean the message in that way. No, like it needs to be clear cut, like relationship over. And then second, very like important part is that you don't want to try and work things out. Like it doesn't matter what she now sees. It doesn't matter what she now understands or now wants to do or change for you. You don't want to work on it. You don't want to put more effort into it. Um, it's a done deal. I think sort of like this. What do you think about that, Grumpy? And hi, Peaches. Welcome, welcome. With the spotlight, we need to start in a bit. I still lag behind in messages. Free stream streak, let's go, Mr. Deer. First time I started on uni, start a new job that I love. Good loving friends. James. LFK without stopping? Damn. I'm glad to hear this, Mr. Deer. Sounds good. If you can, Grumpy, don't see it as a thing of like, they did all this to me. See it as a thing as they are a certain way and I am a certain way and we don't fit together. We're very easy in a situation where we essentially just blame another person completely. But with these interpersonal relationships, it's like it's not really helpful to go that path. And also not really accurate. Because she doesn't even need to change. For example, if you take the example of like a gold digger lady, for some men, a person who likes material things and gifts and sees like experiences love through material things is the perfect partner. For example, for somebody who works a lot and doesn't have time. They don't have a lot of quality time to give. They don't want to call you the entire time. They do want a partner who feels loved. For them, a person who experiences love through material things and they have money, and that's like the easiest thing for them to do, is a God-given gift, really. For other people, it's something they absolutely hate and despise, and we made a stereotype out of it where like this is like super, super bad. And like, don't be a gold digger. Where for some people, that would make the perfect partner. So with partners, we don't want everybody to be the same puzzle piece. And if they don't fit the mold, they are a bad partner. That's not the case. We're lucky on this world that everybody is a different puzzle piece. So we have a lot of different combinations. We make a like vast puzzle to cover a lot of different areas, which also guarantees our survival. Like diversity is really crucial for survival. So this type of diversity, we shouldn't blame it. We should recognize it. And we don't have to be together with everybody. We don't have to love everybody, thank God. But we also don't have to hate people who are not the perfect puzzle piece. Exactly. And it's good if you know what you like and what you dislike in a partner. So if you can, from this, take with you what was the love you do want to give and what is the love you really don't want to give. And maybe also what is the love you do want to receive and what is the love you don't want to receive. Because if you take that into the next relationship, it's going to take a few tries until you find the perfect puzzle piece. But if you know beforehand what that puzzle piece should like roundabout look like, you're going to have such an easier time to actually find the puzzle piece which fits to you. So don't worry about it. Like a relationship shouldn't be hard in a way where you have to try and be a different puzzle piece. That's not the point of it. And that's also not the struggle of it. Like a relationship will always ask compromise of you, but it's going to be compromise you're willing to give and you like to give. That's sort of the bottom line of it. Much love, Grumpy. And much strength. You got this. In Peaches, do you think do you think 10 minutes is enough for a spotlight? Like I feel like 10 minutes is a sprint. So do you only have like one question or something? Because I would hate to start like into like a really big topic and then like have like essentially like 3 sentences to actually like answer it, or just like rip it open and then like not be able to finish it up. Do you maybe have more time later? Or will you not be able to catch the rest of the stream? Hmm. So how big of a topic is it? Like, is it just a question or something? Because I feel like if it's rather simple, then like, okay, 10 to 15 minutes, like we can certainly try. But if it's like a really big topic, I don't like, I think there's definitely the risk that we won't finish it or we won't be able to find like a good solution or something like this. It's especially like you all know me, it's not my strong suit to be like really quick about things. A cat. Let's try. Okay. I'll also try to like keep it short, but we'll see. So let me know if the like hit me with the topic. Hmm. Being stalked by a person on Twitch? Oh my god. What has been going on? Why? I'm waiting intensely on the next message. Even once I'm modern, like making me really uncomfortable. At some point, if I said something really mean to the extent of that, he's a worthless pig. Oh, okay. How does it work if you... Oh, you can only ban someone from streams, right? You can't, like... Can you block people on Twitch? Is that a thing which exists? That you don't see his messages anymore? How does it not stop him? What happens? Does he make like different accounts or something like this, or? And you also reported him, right? Because sometimes Twitch can, like, if you report somebody, Twitch can like ban them from their like with their IP or something like this. Like there's more like, let's say that's not the right word. There's more broad bans. But that's a really shit situation. I'm really sorry for you. Like, I can really understand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Maybe I can... I can turn slow mode off for a second. I mean, at the moment we're like not many people on stream, so I think it's really fine. Yeah, that's a really shit situation. And especially like Twitch is not doing anything. How do they know what kind of streams you watch? Like, is that like, did they like, were you just like friends with them or something before, and that's how they know some of them? Because like usually you don't really like find out about that like too easy, you know? So I guess then like new streams should be like sort of fine. Hmm. 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 I mean, I get that like for the streamer, right? Like they can't like they have no way of like verifying um any of that, right? So especially like if you're new in the stream, it's like really hard to know if it's not maybe, I don't know, like something else going on. Have you considered making like a second account and just like for the time being, like switch to this different account? Like maybe going like to like texting for a different account for like 2 weeks or something is, like breaking this weird like stalking behavior of his. Yeah, the resolution options are really like super annoying for sure. Because like in essence, he definitely just shouldn't do this and like leave you alone. So, and if Twitch doesn't do anything, well, Twitch would be the moderator to do something about this essentially because they're supposed to moderate their community. But if they don't do anything, I don't know. Like it's really like either trying to but I mean you already told him like super clear that you don't want any contact with him. Hmm. Yeah. I'm really sorry that you're dealing with this at the moment. Like life is already hard enough. People shouldn't make it harder. But yeah, I think at this point you really need to see what's like how you stay sane, like yourself, like how can you protect your mental health best from this because something like this can be extremely stressful. And sometimes like staying in this stressful situation instead of like avoiding it is like of course the thing where like you feel like yeah, I'm not gonna give way and stuff, but if this other person has to a certain extent some power, it's you just give them the option to abuse this power over and over again. So I don't know, like I personally, no, I understand. I mean, this makes you super angry, of course. But I think, like this doesn't help. Like you can't really like like if he knows these few streams where you are, but you do want to like still take part in these streams. Um, I honestly I would just make a second account and like for 2 weeks or something, um, just like not use your main account anymore. Just use the second account. Um, not tell anyone so that nobody is like using your old name for the new account or something. And um, just see if after 2 weeks he has stopped, you know? Like usually with people who are like low-key obsessed, um, if you can, just get out of their reach so they can't like contact you in any way anymore. Um, the intensity of the feelings and also this obsession is like going down or like targeting somebody new. Um, and then maybe you can just like use your old account again. I don't even, I personally wouldn't feel like that's control. Like, I don't know about you, Riley, but to me, I really hate that somebody can contact me again. And even if it's only one message they can send to me, like, that's already too much. Like, I would rather have the control to, like, them not know at all, because that actually gives me safety. And because I, for some people, like, also, like, this is just sort of like for me, I never really had this like online. I usually just like experienced like close to this situation or like relatable situations to this situations IRL twice so far. And in one situation, I literally moved out of my old country and told everybody I knew that they can't give my new address to this other person. I switched my number and my address, like, they have no way of contacting me. Like, the only way they would have would be like online if they were to make alt accounts. Um, but even then, it's like for this specific person, it's very unlikely. And then for a different person, I like wasn't able to do this, and it does like it is definitely uncomfortable to not be able to just be like leave me the fuck alone, and like you can't not leave me alone, you know. So, mm, you can't do an alt account because of the streams you're modding for, or I mean the 15 people spam reporting him are definitely amazing. Like, I hope that works, but I just don't have too much trust in it. And hi, Shrimp. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Like, like, to me, I would essentially go, like, radio silence, different account, for, like, two weeks and let him, get off of his obsession. Essentially. Like, they're gonna, like, people who are obsessed or, like, who have this obsessive behavior, like, they usually find something else to be obsessed over. Like, they can't, like, 2 weeks without is like quite a long time, so Hmm. That's always good eclipse. Other reasons I won't go into, but yeah, it's just I want to put my head in a wall. Yeah, I can imagine. Hmm. I mean, without the alt account, it's really because then she always knows, like, essentially, like how to find you or like where to come back to. Hmm. I think the other option there is just to pretend that it absolutely doesn't matter to you. Hmm. I mean, I think theoretically you can like report him IRL for like online harassment. Like, I do think that's an option though. Like, if you have any sort of proof of like all the accounts and the messages, which like if you're like moderator, you should be able to still see those messages. And you can like bring him to the police, like bring those like screenshots or whatever to the police. Um, then that should definitely work in a way. Yeah. The thing uh, also German slip through. Um, Peaches was telling us about how a person she was friends with is like well, not IRL friends, I think like online friends, is harassing her now online and like following her in streams and like you know and like always making alternative accounts and it's like really creepy stalking behavior and like super um yeah. Hmm. Okay. I mean, so Peaches, there would be a way maybe. I mean, we're just all trying to help. So, how do you feel about this though? How do you emotionally regulate from this right now? Because it definitely seems like you're on edge. So, is there something maybe you can do for yourself? Hmm. Oh, I mean that's really good contacts for this type of situation. That's definitely amazing. But how are you handling the emotional burden of this? Because especially if you like engage in such a topic, right, and you engage with it like over and over again because of like trying to find out the address and all of these things, and maybe getting even more news from like the people who are involved of like, oh, and there was another account and he said this and whatever. Like, I don't know the specific situation, but sometimes being so involved with a situation like this leaves you in a space where you don't really have enough distance to really be able to have moments where you like don't think about it, where you can let it go, where you can emotionally regulate and feel safe. The question is, how do you deal with it at the moment in terms of like emotional regulation? Because if you engage with a topic like this so closely, it can like sort of like stack up and get worse and worse if you don't have enough off time. Hmm. And like the friends who like also like mass reporting him and stuff. Like, are there other people like apart from like streamers who can talk about this? Like friends or family or something like this? That would be a really good idea, for example. Hmm. Lady Reinhardt and Royale were in a spotlight right now with Peaches. So I'm gonna come back to you later. Welcome, Indy. Mm. But the people like mass reporting him as well, like the 15. Are you able to talk to them more about it? So like just with your online friends? Hmm. Okay, I get it. Have you tried other ways of emotional regulation apart from venting? Because venting, I think, is probably the one which is like most exhausting for like the people who listen. But there's also like a lot of other ways. For example, like exercising. For example, like just having a certain amount of time where you don't have to engage with the topic at all. So like being more offline, for example, or um well, or journaling or something like very classical like this. Hmm. Hmm. I think it would be really worthwhile to find a different type of emotional regulation strategy because it's always like really hard if you only have like one strategy that like if it falls away, then you're there without an emotional regulation strategy, which can be like used, right? So it's always helpful to know more than one. And there's like many articles online where you can find just have like a plain list essentially of like all the emotional regulation strategies which work for people, and you could just try a bunch of different ones. I do have to say they work like a bit different, right? Like where venting is giving you sort of like a rather instant relief. For example, exercise or something is just taking away energy from overthinking, for example, and can also help you to feel a bit more like confident in your body also and in your safety, and uh, I don't know, also just like doing more with friends and family and IRL and like being a bit needy, not like in like needing to vent to them this specific case, but just being around them more and like feel like their love or support or just their companionship can also really help to not feel isolated with this struggle and with these emotions and these feelings. Because sometimes also this feeling of like, oh, I'm alone with this problem can really make the emotional meaning of it so much bigger than it would be if you wouldn't feel alone with this. And just feeling companionship, even if they are not sort of involved in this struggle, um, and just like not feeling isolated can really help to have this feeling. Mm, I get it. That's definitely really scary. I mean, the other thing, for example, is just taking more distance to the topic, like spending less time on Twitch, spending less time like texting about this, and also less time really thinking about this, and trying to not really suppress these thoughts, but like more like letting them go. Um, because especially if you're like really, really focused on this, it can essentially get to this point where it's like getting into this like OCD direction with intrusive thoughts. And then you can use these like well the strategies you would use in that case with like other intrusive thoughts in OCD, which for me, for example, what I did is like trying to let go these thoughts and also like not try and fight them. like not try and sort of answer to them with like, oh, but this in this way I would be safe or something. But just being like, well, if that happens would be shit, you know? Or like, well, that would be scary, but like didn't happen yet. Or just being like, oh, that's an intrusive thought, and just also knowing that your brain like gives you certain thoughts at random. Like not all of them have meaning, not all of them need to be like really, you know, like thought through and like understood and all of that, not all of them. And just letting these thoughts, which are essentially coming from this where this argument, sort of for me at least, was always this argument of like, oh, I need to like, this is a scary situation and I need to find now a strategy to like how I would resolve that situation, because otherwise I don't feel safe anymore. And so these intrusive thoughts would hold like a certain type of power over me. And the way you can like deal with this is if you just like label them as intrusive thoughts, like you don't take them serious anymore. And you're able to like let them go, and also acknowledge that you can't control everything. Like this situation, it could happen. It's a low chance, but it could happen. But thinking about it now won't change anything. So there's a lot of different ways how you can go about this. Yeah. I mean, that's good. I mean, I would also say like if you have like two cops with two family members who are cops, just talking about it could also help. Like even if they judge you for like, oh well, but you know, like this way you shouldn't spend so much time online or something. Talks like these can still be successful in a way that if you get their opinion how they would deal with this situation. So if you're able to sort of like, even though they say something like this, come back to, well, now it is that situation, or you know, like, but you know my friends are online, like, just, you know, that's the way it is. You might get some valuable insight, because then you would also see how, like, sometimes I feel like talking to, so I have like a, like also a cousin who's a cop, and another cousin who's like a how's it called, like a prison guard, I think. And if you talk about him, about what, like what's going wrong in the system, for example, or like fears and stuff, he's so relaxed. Like he's like really one of those guys where like, well, it is how it is, you know, we can't do anything, like you can't change everything, and there's like, you know, there's just there's certain things which have to be done and certain things which can happen, but that's okay, you know, can't change it, don't need to control it. And like he's so relaxed about it, and it's a thing where I absolutely cannot relate. I'm definitely more on the side where like, oh no, I want to be safe from this. Like I want, you know, like I need to find a solution. I need to find like how I can like control that situation so it goes to my favor, blah blah blah, you know. And yeah, he's just not like this. Like he's just, yeah, he's like a very practical guy in that sense. And I don't know, like talking to people like this can be so relaxing, I think. At least to me, like I guess it also depends on the person, but to me, when I sit there and I see how little emotional value he attributes to this, or like emotional stress, I feel like, huh, okay, so if he's not that stressed, then I probably also doesn't need to be that stressed. You know? And I guess like it depends on like what type of person you are. Like to some people this can come across like super dismissive or something, but um to me stuff like this really helps. Oh, all right, all right. Then see you later, and just remember like try to find some other ways to emotionally regulate. This is really important, like otherwise this is going to make you insane, which is giving him like even more power over your life. And we don't want that, right? So maybe you can find something or look up some article with like all the different emotional regulation strategies and then just try some things and see if you find something which works for you. But just remember, like, certain things work a little bit different, right? So, for example, like, gym is not giving you this, like, instant effect or something, but it's going to be a situation where you just, like, have less energy to overthink in general. Versus, for example, venting has a instant effect. So, with some of these things, like, try them a few days and then see if it has been better or not. Yes, I'm gonna do that actually. Thank you for the reminder and see you then. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read through all of your messages now. I have nightmares regarding what I'm going through right now. I'm sorry for you, Riley. All the time, but I calm myself by realizing it's how the body helps process thoughts and feelings, and that what happened in the dream wasn't real. Yeah. If you want to, like, sometimes we can essentially like move this, the processing of this from the night to daytime through like emotional regulation strategies. So if you ever come to the point where you're like, I need my sleep to be good, I can't have this anymore, um, try like some regulation strategies on the day and see if it gets better. I can try to change everything. Oh, did I say that? I meant, of course, I can't. Like, you can't change everything. But yeah, it is what it is. Just this like super relaxed point of view to this. I don't know. I admire such people. Showingly. Oh, I just realized I didn't close all of my buttons. Are there any questions, by the way, about what we just talked about before we like sort of finish that topic? Hi, Longsair. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Ah, perfect. I mean, it wasn't open because I had like the top and the bottom one I'd closed, so that's why I didn't notice. I refuse to give up unless I'm made to give up. Is this still related to the I can try to change everything? Because I sort of started with this thought too of like I never give up. I'm gonna like always try to change stuff and like find a better solution and all of these things. Um but the thing is these like for example like my cousin who's like more like yeah well it is what it is, like there are certain things you can change, certain things you can't. It's not like he's not doing things, right? Like it's not like he's not acting if things go wrong or something like this, but it's more like he's only focusing on the things he can actually change. And if things go wrong he could change, he's actually sort of like he's just fine with it. He's like, well, this sucks now, but you know it is what it is. um where I struggle more to adjust to that. So it's not really this mindset of like you can't do anything, but more so focusing on the things you can do. And having sort of like a peace of mind that about certain patterns we have in society. And hi, Nyreg. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hmm. Well, yeah, I've never seen him in a stressful situation, to be honest. Um, but I definitely, yeah, I definitely don't think that he's like not doing anything or something. I think he's very capable and he's probably also very reactive to what's going on and like good at his jobs and all of these things. I think he's just less emotionally involved, like less phased if stuff doesn't go as planned, you know? So I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's hard to describe, but it's definitely more laid back and more like less anxious. Yeah. Mm. You were an ass. Yeah, I don't have. Wait. Like the last thing I know about your situation is with the first message you sent me about this. I'm going up the chat right now if there's more. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. We talked with Grumpy at that point, and then we instantly went over to, uh, yeah, to talk with Peaches because she was in a time. Um, I can't get a new job until I'm returned to being able to do my job and or I'm eventually fired. To sum it up, I'm at a risk of being jobless and homeless. If and when I'm let go, so it's worth fighting to keep it, but yeah, it's hard. But also I feel like if I just throw in the towel because it is more definitely a taxing battle, it will just sexually discriminate against others. Hmm. Can you not already apply to new jobs? Or can you even like not apply? And you're not well at all, Longsair? I'm sorry for you, love. I'm doing quite good. Finally at home again, you know. And now excited for a few weeks of just, being alone, getting back into a routine and all of these things. See you on Thursday, Mr. Dear. And send pictures of your cat in the Discord. If you want to. Won't accept me to work until I let go of this job, I don't know. I think, if you say this battle is taxing, which I completely understand, these battles are super annoying, especially if the system is more against you. So I would say try to find a different job. And if they say like, well, but duh, you first need to let go of your old job, then you say like, okay, like hand me the contract, and I will like sign it and bring it back to you in the moment where I like cancel my old job. Because then you can just do like a flying switch and you can let go of the battle because it's like super taxing, but you also don't end up jobless or homeless, which is the most important, I think. My dog has chronic heart failure. And it's breaking my heart every day. I've cried all night at work. No. So So this is since when do you know this? And what does it like? Chronic heart failure sounds like your dog died. So correct me if I'm wrong, please. Like, does it just mean he like can maybe do less every day, or like what is the situation? I don't know about chronic heart failure. In the When is your biography coming out? I feel like every time you tell me something about your life, there's an extra chapter. But that's crazy. I mean, good for you that you're not faced by the words of strangers. Um, but I'm glad that threat of extended family is hopefully over. I wish I could do that. I hate saying this, but I'm in the military, so it's unfortunately more complicated than that. Well, mm-hmm. Ah, shit. Wow. The military has its own sort of court, right? So, does that make it like more likely that your case is going to be taken serious or less likely? Yeah, I thought like I thought the same as Gilberto's, but like with being in the military, well, he's got fluid on his heart and he's slowly dying. Oh no. I'm so sorry for you, love. There's also like nothing you can do, right? Is there anybody who's going through this with you, Longsair? Like, I don't know, boyfriend, girlfriend, family, friends? My aunts just treat me like shit about it, honestly. What? How? Usually people usually can be very complicated about mental health issues, but usually are really uncomplicated about if any sort of pet has health struggles. Are there any other family members? Like any good family members? And hi, new chatters. I hope you're gonna win, Riley. Hmm. Do you know if he's suffering? Like if it's painful? Doesn't seem like he's suffering. Though, and that's the thing, he's uncomfy, but he's still wagging his tail and barking. Oh. Do you think maybe with your family, like with the parts of your family which are like too busy, you could like, I don't know, that it's sort of like a miscommunication or also a thing where like they don't really know how to be there for you, where it's maybe would work if you would go to them and just like very, like clearly tell them that you need support. Hmm. Okay, Lady Reinhardt. And I asked herself. Hmm. Can you understand why your aunts are saying the things they are saying? Hmm. You're not close with them anyhow. So, any friends or a partner? Hmm. So, the only thing I know is that sometimes, especially if you're a strong person or if you're like strong looking person to the outside, um, and I see this actually with like women or like mothers, especially often. Um, it's essentially like if something bad happens, even though it's really, really bad, they're functioning so well still that people around them are sort of confused about how much they're suffering or not. And this can make it really hard for them to get support from the people around them because the people around them don't see that they need support. Um, so, what I'm saying with this is sometimes we need to very, very clearly tell the people around us how much we're hurting and how much we need support right now, and that this is the worst we've been going through. because this of course will sort of also like influence the effort the other people put in, right? Because if somebody tells you they're like going through the worst time in their lives, you will sacrifice more for them and to support them, as if you think, okay, this is like a hard time, but you know, like okay, and they're like handling it all right. Because of course it's an inconvenience. So people will only do it if they think it's necessary. And if we are one of those people which don't visibly show to the outside that it is necessary, we just don't get that support. But I'm really sorry for you that you're losing your dog right now. Losing your pet can sometimes be worse than losing a family member because you're so close to them. Yeah. Do you know what you would need from them? Hmm. So just a hug would already be mean a lot to you. Have you asked the people for a hug specifically? Do you think the fact that you don't feel emotionally supported in your life right now is also adding to not wanting to let go of your dog because that's the support you've been counting on for so long and you don't know how to replace it? And also, did they tell you to quit being a baby when you ask for a hug? Or is this just something you expect them to do? Hmm. They've done that kind of thing before. Hmm. Yeah, I think maybe that's a good idea, right, Lady Reinark? To put the message in. And one thing in your corners. A death store, and it seems like there's nothing you can do. I can imagine. What do you think you can do to not be in this situation again? I mean, maybe you could move to your partner or move in with your partner even. Or move closer to friends who would support you. And let go of family who does not support you. I'm also sorry for you, Don Jeffy. Hmm. How is moving hard in the States right now, by the way? You don't need to go into full detail. Just trying to find out, like maybe you could move to her instead. Maybe it's not too bad to have some distance between you and your family, you know? Money's hard to come by nowadays. What if you would move in together? Would that save you money? Usually it does, no? Hmm. So mostly it's the moving, like the act of moving actually, which is the hard part to finance. Hmm. None of you has little enough stuff to just put it all in a car and just drive over. No, you probably have more stuff. I mean, otherwise, maybe you could park your stuff with your family. Just like in the cellar or something, you know? And, uh, hmm. I see. Mm. Tokyo? If you want to offer your services, you can do so in our Discord. Um, we have like a self-advertising channel. So if you have friends there where you live in other cities, can you visit your friends or can those friends visit you? Have you reached out to them and told them how much you're struggling? I just feel like, like what I'm essentially trying to get at is that losing your dog is a lot. Like it's not like losing a hamster, you know? And I feel like you shouldn't go through this alone, especially if you're more of like a social person and would need that like social support. Maybe we can find some people who can offer a bit more support in your corner. Because I feel like sometimes it can, like, not having enough support can come from like not clearly like telling this to the people around us, not clearly asking for support, not making sure that they know how to support you and stuff like this. One not too long ago, but I was super anxious to go home as fast as possible. Yeah. Can these friends maybe come over to visit you? Because I mean, of course, like you don't want to leave your dog alone at home to have this support. Like, Hmm. No. Did you ask some of them to maybe come over for the weekend or something like this? Hmm. Yeah, that's also a good idea. Do you know of any community centers in your town? Welcome to the stream. Hmm. Hmm. Do you feel like you know in your heart what you should do? I don't want to let him go that way. So, why not let him go that way? Is that also the reason why you don't want to let him go that way? Welcome, brownies. And hi, Savio. Welcome, welcome. It's going good. Thank you for asking, Savio. We're talking right now to Lungser. Lungser's dog has water um, on his heart and or in his heart. Was that a typo? Or on his heart? And it's really hard for them to let go and make a decision whether euthanasia is the next step or not. Don't worry about it, Lungser. But the question I asked before Lungser is that he's not suffering right now, in your opinion, also the reason why you don't want to let him go through euthanasia? Even though people say with the condition they would consider it? Does it feel like you would kill him if he's not even, you know? If he's not even that bad? And what is then the argument for the euthanasia? Is it that if he were to get more problems, that his death could be very, very painful? And euthanasia would be like a more graceful death? And he could die the entire time? Or is it more like at some point he's going to start suffering and then euthanasia is the right way to go? And I think Lady Reinag's uh, question here is also like really important, because I think like if you can somehow get through like insurance, like a therapy session or something, that would be amazing. If your insurance covers like going to the GP, for example, you can also go to the GP and inform them that you're like really struggling with this, and if there is like anything they can advise you, like if, for example, if therapy is a thing, or if they have some like mental health coaches around, or you know, stuff like this, like what the options are. They're sometimes like better informed about what options are available in that space. I'm considering if I say this or not. To make this decision even harder and play a bit of devil's advocate here, the cat of my mum. I'll be right back in a bit. You might want to stay for this, then I'll say it later. Remind me, guys, to talk about the cat of my mum. So, as long as Lungse is back now, we can do a quick check-in with everybody else. So, how are you all doing? Welcome to the stream, everybody who's new. Welcome. Ahaha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follows also. And welcome everybody here. We're talking about mental health topics. And right now, or well, not right now, but just before we talked to Lungser, Lungser is going through a really tough time right now. The dog has water like on his heart. They said might have been a typo, maybe in his heart. I don't know. But chronic heart failure, and they are considering euthanasia, but just can't do it because as it is right now, the dog doesn't seem to suffer, even though he's sometimes a bit uncomfy. And it's just a really tough time. And it seems like there's not much support of their family or friends because everybody lives too far away. I know what you mean. Are there any questions? I really appreciate, by the way, guys, how you're trying to help make Lungser feel safe here to share and feel heard. I can understand. Situations like these are so hard. Yeah. I'm also still waiting a bit for an answer on my question. We'll hopefully find out soon. We'll see. Don't forget to hydrate, everybody. At least where I am, it's really, really warm weather. About your mom's cat? No, no, no. The question I'll wait for an answer to is if that Longsair's dog is like still not suffering is like one of the reasons they don't feel like, or they feel like confused or like not ready yet to really consider euthanasia. Moisten thyself with water. Madame, oh my god. Moisten thyself. That's insane. Oh my god. That sounds so bad. Oi, oi, oi. My dog's 14. She's like a little sister to me. Yeah. I mean, honestly, with all pets where you have like, where you spend so many years with, they're really like a family member. And it's super hard to let them go. And like, considering the family, they're like even closer to you. So, situation like this. It shows you how much you love them. It really does. So I've just remembered to take my meds. Very good. I actually haven't done that. Wait, I'll do so right now because I'm taking like some like headache medication right now, and it's like for me, it's thankfully it's like it doesn't matter when I take it, but I'm just gonna do it now. Sorry, I was going and petting the cat for a second. I can give my rundown of my things since you asked how all of us are doing. Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how much time we have. Yeah, let's try. I can also try and get the cat. Psst, psst. Wanna come and cuddle? Yeah. He's in a different room. It would have been a flex if this worked. If I would have like treats, then I would have a higher chance, to be honest. I don't even know where he is. I think he's in the living room. He's eating right now. I have no chance. The food is definitely too good to come here. I'm kind of BPD splitting on my chosen family. Oh. I've read it in the Discord. So, how's it going since then? This has already started, like, or well, at least your message was like a few days ago. Do you know why it's worse right now? Or why it's happening? Hmm. How come you don't like it to the extent that um that you're splitting on them? Hmm. Welcome back, Longsair. Longsair, we had 2 questions still for you. One of them was from Lady Reinark. If there's any like therapist or support groups or something around you could join. With like the extended question for me, if like your GP, for example, is covered by the insurance, and you can go there and ask them maybe for some resources on local groups and support. And the second question from me was if the fact that your dog is not suffering at the moment is also part of why you don't really feel comfortable considering euthanasia right now. And don't want to let him go this way because you still feel like maybe this works or something, you know? Hmm. So how is therapy helping you there? And with this? This is one of my next questions. And now, Lady Reinhard, what do we do? Do we want to do like a sort of like try to have both convos, or do we want to start with it afterwards again? And then stream team, I think you best explain it because I quite frankly don't really, you know, um, I don't really know what it is yet. I think I think I heard stream teams in terms of like you just stream a lot together or something like this. All right, Lady Reinhard. I actually never kissed a woman, but I do think I'm bisexual. So, okay, good to know, Lungser. And trying with women ruins your mental health. How come? But anyways, we're in the spotlight now with Lungser, so. I'm in the. You really had it figured out like so early. Oh my lord. Good for you. And then the answer from before is exactly if he was absolutely suffering, I would, but he's still, for the most part, himself. Same way I do about it, honestly. But I'm fine with what she needs to talk about. Hmm. Oh, I'm really sorry for you. I mean, I'm glad you don't remember much. Um, Coming back to the dog topic, how would you feel if you would essentially just make your peace with not considering euthanasia right now for the dog? And just being like, hey, once I notice that he actually starts suffering, I'm gonna consider euthanasia, but till then, hell no. And hi Namnos, welcome, welcome. We're in the spotlight right now though, with Longsair. Hmm. Hmm. But that doesn't make it easier. Or do you think that would be a bit of relief and then your emotional capacity would recover a bit? Appreciate you. Don't Jeffy. And also from me. I'm really sorry, Lady Ronog. I can imagine, Longsair. I think it's a really hard topic. Like making this decision if you want to euthanize your dog or not is so difficult, especially if you had so much time with him already, because you grow so close to an animal like this. And it's especially hard if you don't have much emotional support, or, well, not the emotional support you need around you. Remember what I said before when I was like, sometimes we need to be very clear to the people around us, to our friends and family, about the support we need and how much we're suffering right now. Have you considered, or have you done that already? That you sort of told your friends that you're struggling like a lot and that you need any help you can get, any support you can get? And if they can like come over for the weekend and like stay at your place or something like this? Hmm, I can imagine. Hmm. I would maybe text them personally and just tell them, hey, I'm going for really like through, I don't know what it is to you, but through the toughest time in my life right now, with having this fear that I'm gonna lose my dog, who's like a child to me, and I would really appreciate it if you could, I don't know, make some time to come over or call, because I just can't be alone with this anymore. I tried for a month and it's just not working. And I need your help. Like something as direct as this. But where also is already implied what you need from them. So if the need which was implied in this example was essentially physical closeness, but also just not being alone, right? So like they don't really have to talk about it with you, but that they call or something, or like stay in video calls with you, or come over, like just, like not being alone essentially. If you really want, like, I don't know, need hugs or somebody to hold you or somebody to talk about it with you, or like different needs, then also state those needs in that message already. I'm one of those people, I'd rather like make statuses to general public than personally DM someone. Does that make sense? Of course it makes sense. Because if somebody doesn't listen to it, it doesn't feel as much as rejection as if you send somebody a personal message and they don't help you. But at the same time, we have a certain problem in our society, which is that nobody is gonna, take the bullet first. So if it's just a general status, people are gonna look to the next person to do it, rather than taking the accountability and responsibility themselves. And some people might not even see it. So if you really need support, text them personally. Maybe I think being friends with somebody who's mentally struggling is always hard. But I think maybe you can make it easier for people if you remind them to say if they don't have the energy to do something, for example, or if they need something from you instead. Because I feel like sometimes people can, if you're mentally struggling, people can feel like they can't ask you for support because you're already struggling. And then you need to sort of like remind them, like, do please ask for support. I also want to support you. Because if they don't, then the friendship can very easily slip into a like one-way type of situation of support instead of a both ways situation support situation. And so just reminding the people that there may be some things you can't offer, but there's still a lot of things you do and will and want to offer is a good thing. And the other thing is also letting them know that they can say no to things, right? And that's okay too. And they should tell you if they can't handle something or if they can't handle a topic or something. Like, they don't need to listen to everything. This is also for, like, if you've been through any trauma, right? There's some people where this type of trauma is going to be a trigger for them. Like, they might want to support you as a friend, but they just can't handle this specific topic. There's still other ways they can support you, but if they don't tell you that, like, if they don't make the boundaries that this is a topic where they can't, then at the end of the day it's going to break apart because this is the only way they know how to enforce the boundary, even though it wouldn't have been necessary. Because essentially the only thing necessary was that this specific topic is out of the question and they don't have to deal with it. And I think, I don't know, like relationships like this can be like, I think any sort of intense and close relationship can be quite difficult because the closer you are to somebody, the more you can hurt them. And there's a lot of people which are very scared of being hurt because they don't know how they can deal with it. So I think if you want really close and also intense relationships, it's a lot of effort. Not most, but he just gives me reactions more back lately. It's been hard. It's now since I was 16. Oh my god, that's a lot. Maybe you can offer him to just video call or something about it and like ask how he's doing. Like maybe he just doesn't want to burden you, but you would actually have something in common. Like he's probably still grieving and trying to find out what life is without his mum. And you're already now grieving that you might lose your dog. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, maybe you can tell him that you miss him. And if he still wants to be friends. Because it feels like the distance is growing and growing. And you're sad about it. I think making friends is especially difficult if you're insecure or you're mentally struggling because there can be so many things between you and them. Like, especially if we have like past baggage where we think we're too much or something, it can lead to us like not telling our boundaries and new friendships. And then essentially just making friendships dynamics toxic because we don't share our boundaries. And so other people are not really able to respect them. And to people who do want to respect your boundaries, a person who doesn't share their own boundaries at all is actually quite uncomfortable to be around. So those people usually rather distance themselves because they feel like, okay, this is not really safe because I have the responsibility of not crossing their boundaries even though they don't tell me their boundaries. So I'm gonna make mistakes without being able to do anything about it. Where people who actually do enjoy you not having boundaries are gonna stay because they profit of you not sharing their boundaries because then they can always be like, well, you didn't say anything, I don't need to respect anything. So there's a lot of dynamics which get really easily and really fast really complicated if authenticity is tough. if true honesty is difficult. Also, sometimes when we're struggling or we don't feel enough, we might sort of censor ourselves at the beginning of a relationship. Don't share who we are properly and just be like very agreeable and very like, oh, I like what you like, so you like me. Instead of actually finding the friends who like us for who we are and who we actually fit with, we then just find friends who are really happy actually if we don't really show our own character, but just subscribe to their way of life. And then at the end, when we're already like really like entangled with them, we're like, okay, now I'm going to share my own character because they already love me. But we befriended specifically the people who enjoy being with people who don't bring much of their own to the dynamic, but just adapt ours. Mm. But yeah, making friends, having proper boundaries is hard for everybody. So it's really nice if we try and help our friends as best as we can with sharing their boundaries and saying what they want and what they don't want, sharing from us what we want and what we don't want, and our boundaries. So, for example, with your friend, what you could just do is ask him if he wants space, like if he needs space from you. Or if you can do something for him, how, like, if you can change something in the communication or whatever, that it works better for him. Yeah, I can give you the playlist. There's the playlist. It's royalty-free music for your bar, cafe, pub, or restaurant. And hi, Clyde, welcome. And hi, Joe. We're the spotlight right now with Lungsair. And then you at least have certainty, right? Then you at least know what's going on. Or if you can do something better. But do also tell your friends that you need support and ask them personally if they could support you because you are going for a really tough time. And you can also say you don't really know what type of support will help you. You've tried for a month to get over it yourself, but you just can't. And it probably would already help if you're just not alone. Or maybe to talk about it, or just to get some distraction. To meet in person if that's at all possible. You would really appreciate. there's a lot of things in life which are scary, but still worthwhile doing. I mean, loving is scary too, right? What if we lose them? What if they reject us? What if it's the wrong person we love? What if it doesn't lead to the life we had drawn out for us? I'm grateful you have that. I mean, maybe you can also ask her if she can, like, come over sooner already or something. Or if there's something else you guys can do, maybe video call a lot or something like this. That's a really sweet offer, Lady Reinhardt. Thank you for the follow, John. I think I don't know if this is like controversial or not, but for me personally, if you're very, very vulnerable and in a very, fragile space, you might not want to put yourself on the internet. A society right now can be very harsh. And you never know if you're gonna have like nice people or bad people, right? So I think it's really nice to, be ready or like be able to be able to buffer if it wouldn't be a good experience. Thank you. But maybe you can just make a few videos or something. I mean, that's not life, at least. Like, you can like choose to instantly, if there's like a negative comment, to like get off of TikTok. You can also choose to make these videos like a bit feel like a bit safer to you. You can, for example, if you want to avoid having your voice in the video in the beginning, or something else, like you can adjust it in a way where it's like a smaller step you put yourself through. We're talking to Lungsair right now. He's going through a really tough time. His dog has like a chronic heart failure, and a lot of people tell him to put him down, but it seems like the dog is not suffering at the moment, and it's really hard with the emotional support in his social circle. Family is not really helping. Friends are far away. I mean, if you do it with your girlfriend together, like that could definitely be a thing. I mean, you know, if you want to try it, go for it. I'm just saying, like, take care of yourself, you know? Don't put yourself in a position where if it goes wrong, then you're on, like, even more on edge. I mean, if it's so far been a good experience, definitely go try it again. Just don't, like, pressure yourself. I think the most important thing at the moment is reaching out to your friends and telling them that you really do need support right now. How you are and what type of support you would really love from them, and if that at all would be possible for them. And you would be grateful for anything that comes your way. No matter if that's just a video call or if one actually comes over, or if you can just talk about it with them. What do you mean, Arclight? See you then, Lady Reinag. I mean, don't worry about it. You're always welcome to lurk here. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, another viewer. I'm thankful for the support. Do you feel like that answered all your questions? You're ready? Because then I would maybe say let's move on from the spotlight, and then I would go through like all of the messages from you guys and read through them, catch up with you. Okay. I'm glad we were able to help you a little bit, Lungsair. And I'm interested to see what comes back from your friends. I'm sure some of them will try to support you better, and you will find a bit more community and support there. And remember, Lady Reinach offered you as well to send them a message if you need to talk to somebody. So keep that in mind as well. You already found one more online friend. When my family is sick or hurt, it affects us. Yeah, exactly, Arclight. It's like we want to help the people we love. Sometimes we just need to give them a chance to offer that support. Yeah. Good luck to you, Lucan. I hope it goes well too. All right, let me scroll up and see what type of messages I missed. I feel at the edge today, says Joe. Why you feel at the edge today? We come to this life to suffer, to experience, and to learn. I mean, to a certain extent. I think definitely the sort of the reason of life is survival, not happiness. And to survival, a lot of resilience is asked. It's asked that we learn, that we experience, and then we suffer through certain stuff which is not so nice, but still come out on top. Wish it was possible, but I'm a tough lad, so I usually just do it alone. But today was just got under my skin, but honestly, I've been tough. Through spots for a year now, or in a tough spot for a year now. It's a distraction and rest, maybe. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, right, you're absolutely right. It actually makes it worse when I put it in the internet, thanks. I mean, if you mean in this stream, like, we try to keep this a safe space where everybody can share vulnerably what they're going through and try to moderate it with that in mind. But yeah, it's definitely something where if you're at a spot where one shitty response can send you over the edge, it's better to not put it in like broad world wide web, because one shitty response is not that unlikely. There's always some stupid people. And with the alternative account, I think that's definitely also a good idea, John. I have birds, sparrows, and crows, ravens. What the heck am I doing feeling sad? I'm literally the coolest person on the neighborhood. I mean, sadly, coolness doesn't keep us from being sad. Right? Otherwise, like, any superstar or famous person would be super happy all the time, and that's sadly also not the case. But I'm glad you have something to be happy about. And hi, Fulans, welcome, welcome. We just finished up the spotlight, Lady Reinhard. And now we're just catching up with general chat. I feel at the edge today because it's so many insecurities people where I live lately. Especially at night, they keep calling mad things for just existing, but those people who knows me seems to stick around for years. Let's take a break for a bit and just have like general text. I think we've been going from spotlight to spotlight pretty quick in today's stream so far. So I think let's have like a bit of like general discussion for a moment. We also sort of skipped the first mental health check-in because we instantly went into a spotlight. So let's maybe first do that, if that's okay with you, Lady Rhinog, if you still have the time. Okay, perfect. It's really good, Joe, that you have people who know you stick around for years. I mean, those are the important people, right? Like, strangers don't know us. But I can understand how their words still influence us. And that's okay too. So now more general question. Let's do a mental health check-in with everybody. How have you all been in the past week? So this is not really a question about how do you feel like in general, but more so how have the last days been? Has it been going better or worse than before? And like really, like this check-in is honestly more for yourself than for us here. And what this check-in should offer you is sometimes we sort of lose track of time, right? And with that, we also lose track of direction, and we can like dilly dally around like a jellyfish in the sea, not knowing where to go and where we want to be. And so sometimes this check in of like just looking at the past week and being like, have I been doing better or have I been doing worse? Have I gotten closer to my goals or further away? How is my mental health doing? Can offer us with insight as to, for example, if certain habits we started doing are good for our mental health or worse for our mental health. It can help us understand that, for example, like, okay, like past week has actually been worse than before. What have I done in the past week? I've been spending a lot of time on Instagram and stuff like this. Maybe doom scrolling is not that good for me, so now I'm gonna intervene before it gets worse, and reduce my my Instagram and doom scrolling times, for example. Or like, it's been actually been better, and I've started to go to the gym again. So maybe going to the gym is actually good for my mental health. And I'm gonna keep on doing it, even on days where it's maybe harder, because I now know that it's actually positive for my mental health, even if it's like exhausting in the moment. Like, it just gives you this opportunity to check back in if you're on the right track, or if you maybe wanna change direction a little bit and adjust to downward or upward trends. Thank you so much, Joe. That's so nice of you to say. I need to get out of my parents' house. They're starting to get tired of me. Hmm. So, how easy do you think is that, brownies? Like, do you have enough financial freedom to do that? For me, I've been able to get out on my bike, and you know how I like to pretend I'm, you know. So I think it was going good. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. This week has been kind of good. I cleaned my apartment a lot and it feels a lot nicer now. However, my last paycheck for the school year happened over a week ago, weekly pay. So I'm starting to freak out more about that now. I've also probably been on Twitch streams too much, but it was nice to have more time to stream my own stuff. So is there something you guys want to do different for the next week? Hi, Ryder. Welcome, welcome. I'm working on it. My country has a bad economy. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, finding a job here is actually quite hard at the moment too. I don't know why, but especially in IT, it's like in the Netherlands where I live, it's gotten quite competitive. So there's not many job openings, and the job openings have like higher and higher standards. And you essentially like you don't get into IT anymore without a degree. And so yeah, gotten quite I guess like saturated the market. My past week was amazing. I usually do my hobby. I sit under the tree and my friend crows and sparrows find me. Like also chill with me. And turtle try to approach me. I think it's my new friend. It's bad maybe because I don't get enough sleep for tens of days now, and it probably weakened my armor a lot. My friend Kraus was worried, so maybe I should sleep more. Oh, I mean that would maybe be a good thing to try for the next couple of days to adjust your sleeping rhythm again. You can, by the way, very I would love to see pictures of the crows and ducks and everything. So if you do want to share something like this ever, you can always share that in the Discord. I want to find a temporary agency with openings. I also want to go to a job coaching this Wednesday. It was cancelled last week. I also should go to the free zoo in my area like I was planning. Okay. I mean, those are definitely some bigger things already. So I hope that's gonna work out. Anything for your mental health related, Lucan? And hi, Arlo. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Isn't the slow mode quite long? Well, you wouldn't believe it, but even with this slow mode, we have times where I absolutely cannot keep up with chat. So this is why we actually have the spotlights from time to time, because otherwise there's no chance. So for this type of stream, I think the slow mode is actually really necessary. Will I fit in here? Well, I mean, I don't know what your specific special needs are yet, right? But I think we are like a community where we try to keep it a safe space for everybody to share uh, their like their closest stories and like be vulnerable about how they feel and what they're going through. Um, and as long as we're kind to each other and hold the space, like hold space for each other, I think everything will be fine. I will definitely like let you know if something, you know, doesn't doesn't fit or whatever. You found a peer support group in your area? Go there tomorrow, Lucan. Go in person. Like, try to. Like, in person is really, especially with like feeling companionship, it's so much more powerful than virtual. So if you can, go in person. I have a lot of stuff. Autism, ADHD. Well, that's something. We have a lot of people as well with like BPD or schizophrenia, autism, ADHD, dyslexia as well. The rest I'm not too sure about. And I mean, usually it really depends on the person, right? Like, it's just as long as we're kind, as long as we hold space for each other. You're welcome in this community. Mm. Yeah. Like, we have a lot of neurodivergent people in general, and a lot of people with like trauma related struggles. When doctor read my mental health profile, the officer was like, "You have an alphabet, don't you?" Oh my god. You have an alphabet. Yeah. CPTSD is chronic PTSD. No? Wait, complex? I always heard it with chronic. Where like it's essentially the PTSD you went through is not like one situation, but a chronic situation. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it means complex, but it's through chronic or reoccurring, long enduring trauma. So I think I mixed that up when I read it because it said like through like chronic traumatic situations, and then I was like, oh yeah, chronic. But yeah, it's complex. Oh no, it's actually a synonym. It's chronic or complex PTSD. So then maybe the resource I read actually had it as chronic PTSD. I do think complex PTSD is the more like hmm. I think complex PTSD is the more common name for it. But that so many people call it chronic PTSD as well that it's become. But it's hard to say actually. Like there's a lot of resources which say chronic and a lot which say complex. And some of them even say both in the same resource. Well, yeah. But with the Uh, yeah, I feel like definitely the more like as I said, I think the more official term is or like the official term is complex PTSD, but just sort of like a common um but it's common for people to call it chronic PTSD, and that's why it's sort of like a synonym for each other. As far as I like now, with a quick Google search and looking at the articles of like Cleveland Clinic or something like this, can gather. I will look at it later, Joe. Thank you, thank you. Sometimes I run away from home and I have a big wandering tendencies, so it doesn't always end well. Uh, so how does that work out? Like, are there already like, were you able to find a good strategy how to like handle this? Like maybe have, for example, like the only thing I would like come up with would be like, I don't know, like getting a smartwatch with like tracker, which like where you put the watch like always on, and then your family can always be like, find my device and like see where you are. And then you at least have like a tiny computer where you can maybe see with maps like how you get home, if that's a problem as well. But welcome to the stream so far. So, is there something somebody still wants to share about also the like the mental health check-in that we just did with like how was your past week? What do you want to do for the next week? Or should we move over to the spotlight with Lady Reinhardt? Because Lady Reinhardt is still sort of in the queue for the spotlight, and we're already like 3.5 hours in. So that might just be our last spotlight. Because then we could just start with that right away. How do you guys feel about that? Is everybody like ready to start in a spotlight? Because in a spotlight, I usually like we turn our full attention to that specific person. So then there is like less space to go in depth about anything anybody else wants to share. So how do you guys feel about that? Does it sound good? By the way, I did already look at the pictures now. And they're really cute. Welcome, welcome. Top welcome. And hi Creation, welcome to the stream as well. And hi Indy, welcome back. I think I was here in the first or second mental health session. Potentially. If I'm looking at the chat history. Yeah. I think like one of the first probably, yeah. Because it was like in November last year. So like not well, okay, not the first because we started in October, but like within the first like I don't know 20 or something. Doing small exercises helps with depression. Same for me. Exercising is great. Nope. Yep. It was in November. But let's start with the spotlight for Lady Reinhardt. So we're gonna focus on her. Indy, you wanna do like a pinned message? This time I can also unpin it. So okay. So then let's go. Let's get into Lady Reinhardt's business. They really are. They definitely are so sweet. So you can always send more pictures. Perfect. okay. To recap. Mm. Yeah. So is there a specific question you have that you would like help with or answer today, Lady Reinhardt? First place I've ever felt truly safe, and I've told them the things. The stream becoming more like an audience rather than a family because I have genuine love for them. Oh, you mean now with the stream team, the stream turns more to an audience than a family? Or how do you mean becoming more like an audience rather than a family because I have genuine love for them? I mean, let's first find out how bad it is, Don Jeffe. If we let everyone go at the first moment where it turns a little bit complicated, we might run into a problem of not having anybody left. But we'll see. The question is, what specific question you have for us? So, what do you expect from us? What type of help? What you want advice for, or like an answer to? With This Life is Set on Hard Mode, it's scary. I actually don't agree, but you can ask me after the spotlight why. And we can get into it. Hmm. I mean, I can't guarantee I'm not gonna. I'm probably gonna like walk the line between advice and just emotional support, like I always do, because I think those things are really intertwined. But let's go for it. But definitely, let's get into what Don Jeffy's already starting. What is the upsetting part about this stream team? Why are you splitting there? Yeah, it's jellyfish. And hi Zeal, welcome to the stream. I think our emotions are actually always a good thing, even if they're negative. Because we're more than just our brains. We're our brains and our bodies. And we easily forget to listen to our bodies. I hope you're doing fine, Zeal. I feel like I found a home with pencils and paper, if that makes sense, metaphorically. So the BPD abandonment and hyper awareness going off. So what I'm guessing, what you mean, but I'm not entirely sure, so correct me if I'm wrong. Is that now that this streamer is taking part in the stream team and you don't like the stream team, your abandonment like BPD issues are going off and hyper awareness because you feel like you lose your home, like you lose the place you so like liked so much, and it feels like it's falling apart. Is that it? Zero zero zero. If you ever do want a spotlight, you can always have one too. For me, everything is going good. I'm really happy to be back home. Excited for the upcoming week where we're alone home and just can go back into our routine, also work, get some stuff done. Can't wait. Pretty much, yeah. I feel like I'm overreacting too, but it's just trauma. So what specifically like with this stream team feels like how does it make your stream, like the stream and the community change? What are the moments where you feel like the home is falling apart? I'm losing what I had. All right, Seal. You're welcome. When something becomes transactional, I have a visceral reaction. So how does it turn transactional? How do you mean? Like from the streamer towards you and from the community towards you? Or that from the streamer towards this like stream team, that there is like a certain transactional vibe in the air? Gonna set down the slow mode a bit. I don't know. Let's try 20 seconds. I think with like writing the message and everything, 20 seconds should be fine. Let's say there's a collab stream between the streamers. I already feel uncomfortable because the focus is on the stream rather than on the community. It's because I have unconditional love for them. Yeah, don't worry about it. Like we're working our way through, right? Like we're trying our best here. And we're gonna get there. It's gonna take a bit longer, but whatever. Mm. But this really sounds like that, like if you okay. So essentially, if the streamer you or like the streamer plus the community you feel so comfortable in, does like a collab stream with other streamers, then you feel like the community aspect of the stream is falling behind and there's more focus on just like the other streamers and the stream itself than the community, and that makes you really uncomfortable. Sort of like this, that because they're like, maybe for example, like if they're like talking more to the other streamers, that they're like reading chat less, and so the community and also you and chat are sort of like there's this feeling of like maybe even to a certain extent like feeling neglected. Because the focus now is so much on the other streamers. The problem with relationships becoming transactional is not limited to Twitch. Like we can see where it can happen here, but also some friends will inevitably be transactional friends, and it absolutely sucks. But there's also little recourse on your part to change this dynamic. The only thing you can do is set boundaries and stick to them, and not everyone is going to stick around. But now your focus can be on a different people, different communities where you can have those relationships that aren't going against your morals and boundaries. Unfortunately, I have to go live this no real life again. Have a good day, bye. Alright, enjoy your real life. So, but thank you for coming by, and I'm glad that your real life is nice. And see you soon, maybe, potentially. Go live that real life. And hi, Rich Seas. Welcome, welcome. We're in a spotlight right now with Lady Rhinog. If I have a stranger for us. We're in the spotlight with Lady Rhinog right now. So I'll answer later. I think so. It's hard to describe, but I feel like when a community goes friends, chosen a family, hanging out and playing games to the hey, go follow the other streamer, it's like we're audience members. I have this feeling of being turned into a number in the stream. I mean, were you hanging out with the streamer in the community also off stream? Or only on stream? Hi, Whippets. Welcome, welcome. We're actually in the spotlight with Lady Rhinog right now, so don't mind if I focus on her a bit more whenever there is a message again. But we certainly do like these kind of streams. Yeah, in Discord, but sporadically because people have jobs and stuff. Okay. I just wonder, when like I completely understand how our community from like being this like really really small streamer where like you make friends online, you essentially like you play with everybody and then you join a stream team. Of course changes the dynamic. And I think this is honestly like one of the reasons why most of my friends don't watch my stream. It's they are so like they're so used to a dynamic where they can like talk to me the entire time that like just watching my stream is like quite like unentertaining to them because they're used to like way more attention from me, right? And I mean, at the beginning, if you start a stream, you're always going to be a small streamer. You're never going to have this, like, okay, your audience and whatever, because you're going to be so small at the beginning that essentially many streamers also start actually with the idea of like making friends online. And then at a certain point they move over to trying to not just, be find friends online, but also to actually be a streamer, right? And I think that's kind of natural if they like also wanted to be a streamer and not just find friends online, right? So I personally think if you don't find the stream interesting anymore for it being a stream, but you only find it interesting if it's essentially like if you're friends, like if you're in this friendship dynamic, um, then once the stream moved to like like trying to be an actual streamer, um, the place to hang out with that person as a friend still is just Discord and just off stream, right? On a second ever stream, I was there from the start. I remember like the OGs. Hmm. I know what you mean. And I think if a streamer, like if a person starts streaming with having the idea of actually becoming a streamer, then it's never going to stay in this friendship dynamic. Because the moment you have like too many people in the stream, it can't be a friendship dynamic anymore. Like you can't give that amount of attention to somebody. You just don't have the time for it, right? It's essentially like if you're like invited to the birthday party and there's 30 people, right? Like there's just you can't expect that amount of attention from them. And I don't know, I think there's always with friendships there's always people who don't really like many people, right? And who don't like that type of dynamic then. I think it's easier if you also are like good with the other people, right? So for example, like with chat, for example. So that if the streamer can't give you this amount of attention, the chat still can. And then you just hang out with chat. So I think for me, for example, with my stream, what I experienced is in the beginning of my stream, I also had this dynamic with my chat, and then I had like more viewers. I turned from essentially like finding online friends to a streamer, um, and then my community just like befriended each other, and at a certain point, I wasn't part of their friendships anymore. Like they were now friends with each other. They now like texted with each other, were gaming all day, visiting each other. But I was the streamer. Like they knew I don't have that amount of time. And that's why they pulled back for that. It's honestly also for the streamer a bit sad because you don't it's like sort of natural that this happens. At the same time it's really like it's definitely a change you have to get used to, right? But if you want to know if you really, like, if you're still friends with them, um, I think it's doing something with them off stream. And if that's something they like don't have time for, and they don't have time for community streams because they just do the stream team, then the only thing you can do is like find friends in the community and like stick with them at least, because this doesn't need to be the like breakup with like the entire community, right? Because it's essentially just the streamers changing the dynamic. Like with the rest of the people in the stream, the dynamic won't change. But yeah, this is a very difficult situation. And I can understand why you grieve this relationship with them. I don't think you're a shitty person for wanting like IRL friends. I do have to say personally as well, IRL friends are a different level of friendship as online friends. I mean, online friends can just emotional support you to a certain level, right? Like IRL friends, they can come over, they can hug you, they can, like, if you can't, you know, like, if you need to renovate, they can help you. If you need to move, they can help you. If you need somebody to watch after your cat, they can help you. If you, I don't know, don't have any milk at home anymore, they can help you. Like, it's a way different level and way more practical level of support you can get. While online friends, the most they can do is, hey, you got this, right? And I'm going to listen to you, but you still have to go through it alone. Or like, you don't have to be entirely alone and I can like call with you, but that's like the maximum extent. And I don't think this is, I don't know, I don't think this is mean to say that IRL friends are different to online friends, that the friendship dynamics are different. And I think honestly, having both is probably for the best. Like, just having more friends in general is always like to a certain amount, right? Like if you have insane many friends, like that's just like it's gonna make it super hard to actually have deep friendships and close friendships. But if you only have one friend, for example, you like hyper focus on and you're like low-key obsessed about, it's like if they can't, like they have to fulfill all your needs in that friendship because you don't have anybody else who can fulfill these needs, right? So there's a lot of pressure, actually. There's a lot of responsibility. And if one of those needs is then not fulfilled, then you're lacking support all of a sudden. Where if you have multiple friends, like 3 or 4 or something, and maybe then some online friends, if one of your friends can't fulfill your needs anymore because they're struggling as well, then your other friends can still fulfill your needs. Which also makes you be able to be there for them better because you don't need anything back from them if it's just for a temporary situation, like a temporary time. Which is why I'm feeling alone and the BPD abandonment is going off. I'm hating on myself for getting too attached, which just loops the BPD again. I know what you mean. I think it's important to know, especially if you might like deal with splitting and stuff like this, to know what's beneath and to be able to articulate it. So, for example, with the streamer or the community, like if you really want to still be friends with the streamer and you feel like you're losing a friend right now, you could text them, right? You could be like, hey, you're like, we're so focused on the other streamers and didn't have time to play, and you know, I really feel like I'm losing a friend here. And if you still, like if you value this friendship like I did, then maybe we can find some time to play. I feel like I'm asking for too much to have regular friends. I think in a certain way you're right, and in a certain way you're wrong. I think you deserve good friends. Um, I think if you want everything from one person, that's quite a lot. And for example, especially if this is also like quite sort of like the picture for how that friendship should look like is quite limited, let's say. What? Hmm. Okay. Um, Less of a missionating sound, please. Really here. Like everybody can have their own opinion. It can be a tip, but don't try to like, I don't know, forcefully change somebody's beliefs. There needs to be space to just not be a fan of it. Exactly. So, coming back to you, Lady Roanoke. Um, so I think, for example, like with the streamer now specifically, I don't think it's like, for example, like fair to ask them like to not, um, you know, like be in the stream team anymore, to not chase their dreams of becoming a big streamer, you know, to always stay a small streamer, a streamer. But on the other hand, it is fair to be like, hey, um, I like really miss our days where we played together, where we had time to talk and stuff. Because in the streams right now, that's not really happening, and um, I just miss my friend in that way. And see what they say, right? When they then say like, "Oh, sorry, but like I don't have time for that," then you know, like that friendship is like there's no time for it. To say it in their words. And so in that regard, you know, it's a compromise. It's like you still want a friend and they can still chase their dreams with the stream. And I think this is like one of the things which is like most important. It's like trying to find compromises which work for you and the other person if certain needs aren't fulfilled, because that makes a friendship resilient, right? And also open to changes and to changes of life goals and the other person needing more and you needing something different and just lifestyle changes as well. And friendships which are supposed to hold, they always need a lot of resilience because we change so much throughout our lives. So I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't give up on that friendship yet. I wouldn't be like, oh, well, now they're in the stream team. It's over. Like, I should have never believed them. I should have never gotten close to them. I should have never been their friend. I don't think that's the time yet. I think talk to them, like ask them if they still have time for this friendship, and if they don't want to have time for this friendship on stream, if they have time for this friendship off stream. And if they don't, well, then you know. And then you can still be friends with like the community members, for example. Like just because the streamer changed, like those friendships doesn't have to change. And even then, I think one of the other things is that losing somebody, anyone, hits us most, and we regret it most if we don't know how to handle the pain from it, right? Like if we can handle the pain from it, if we can grieve and if we can let go of people without the struggle, then we would probably like still easily like chase new friendships because we would be like, well, it's like easy to let go if this doesn't work out. Like there's no pain if this doesn't work. So I'm just gonna do it no matter what happens. So to a certain degree, it's also about learning how to get better with letting people go and grieving for friendships which didn't last, and being able to lessen the blow on yourself. And I think maybe when you articulate for your fears in that regard and like ask for more certainty, then, hopefully you're like, you won't have too many struggles anymore with splitting, because there's not so many emotions anymore attached, because you have like certainty about the situation you're in. Like, you know that, okay, well, like in stream it's going to be transactional now, but they're still my friend because I do with them a lot off stream, right? Or you're gonna know, like, okay, like they don't really want to be my friend anymore, so I'm just gonna do stuff with people from the Discord, and then I maybe just don't need to watch the stream at all, and I don't need to be in this situation which like sort of triggers me. I want to know why it's affecting me so much if I separate myself. Like, some of the OGs are now married and might show up to a stream once a year. I'm just feeling like I'm making a mine out of a molehill, if that's the phrase. Yeah. I mean, one of the things might be, which I said, is like that you don't have many people to fulfill your needs from, and that if one of those people, which fulfilled so many needs, falls away, that it's a big impact to you. The other thing is potentially that it hits you so hard because you already expect that you don't know how to handle the pain, that you don't know how to handle letting go and how to grieve for this person. So, because you essentially feel like at the end of this tunnel is like big, big bad, that like like you don't want to go there. And it's like even worse to like know it's heading that direction. And the third thing is maybe also that you try to suppress your worries and don't really articulate them. Like, you don't send them a message, you don't ask them to, like, if they still want to be your friend. If they still want to, like, game with you, talk to you like friends, and have time for that. So you have no certainty on this. But you also don't really ask for anything because you feel like you can't really ask for something. You know? But usually, number one candidates, and which is like the thing which helps most, is like if you essentially, like, if you compare yourself to other people and why you're so affected by it and others are not, then it's usually just because emotional regulation is for some people like much easier than for you. And that the emotional meaning of this is much higher for you than for these other people. I wouldn't say it's only the BPD. So again, like, one of the things why this can mean more to you than to others is that you rely on a lot less people to fulfill your needs than other people. You know, like they might have already their IRL friends and like super many online friends. So if that one friend falls away, they're still like, they have so many other people to fulfill their needs, you know? Well, for you, if that one friend falls away in their community, there's a big hole left in your life, a big hole in your heart, and you don't know how to fix that yet. And that's scary, and rightfully so. And then with BPD, definitely like emotional regulation is gonna, hit different, especially if it's like around trigger topics. But at the same time, maybe you have like certain insecurities there while which make you feel like you don't really like you don't know what you can ask for and what you can't. And that's why you don't ask for the things you could ask for. For example, like texting them if they like have off stream like time for like the friend activities you now miss in stream, like talking or gaming together, you know. But because you don't ask for these things, it just like if the other person doesn't notice that your needs aren't fulfilled and that you need more, they essentially will only notice the moment you walk out of the door, and then it's already a done deal, and not before. And people can be very busy with their own lives and just not notice. This is why if we want needs fulfilled, we need to ask for them. Like we need to tell people. We can't expect people around us to read our minds. Rarely here, you're not even on topic. I don't even know what your topic is. You just have such like you're what? I don't think you're the right fit for this stream. Like especially if you don't even like this stream. Like if you don't like me or the stream, why are you here? I'm gonna make it easy for you. I'm just gonna ban you. Watch a stream you like. Follow your heart and watch a stream you like. I didn't even think that follow your heart was wrong, but apparently following your heart, you need to do it in silence and can't talk about it, and you can't explain people how they actually follow your heart. They just need to understand like a really ambiguous concept of just saying, oh, follow your heart, and if they don't and you want to explain it, that's just not possible. It's just like, I don't know. Like I'm gonna hold space for like odd opinions, and I'm gonna hold space for like, I don't know, not being like the best in articulating what you mean, and then like certain things can come off like a bit rough or something, you know. And then through like questioning we get there or whatever. But I'm not gonna hold space for somebody in my own stream to tell me that I'm garbage. For like no apparent reason. Like you can critique me if that like if you're critique like if there is useful critiques to take from this. Like for sure. Like I don't know, like tell me I'm wrong about something, all day. I don't mind. I actually like the knowledge exchange. But don't tell me I'm like you don't even know me and you tell me I'm wrong. Like I don't know, this doesn't even make sense. He was not really well walking the line though. Like if I wouldn't be so tolerant, he would have been out from like the first message because it seemed like a cult message. Like he had 2 warnings and didn't get the memo. Drunk walking, yeah. This thing with like having eggs in multiple baskets, more friends, for example, is also like this is not a thing of like, oh, you can trust nobody or whatever. You know, this is also not a thing of like you need to be prepared that people are gonna drop you, are not gonna help you, you're gonna lose somebody, people are gonna die. Like you don't need to be pessimistic about this or about humans to have this make sense. I think putting your eggs in more baskets in terms of friendships, but also in general, really, like your needs, even with your partner, shouldn't be all like need to be fulfilled by your partner. Not even that. Like you should have your partner and your friends, and you have your needs essentially like double or triple fulfilled if you would need to. You know? Because then if one of them falls away, you're fine. If multiple of them fall away because, I don't know, you had a birthday party, half of them got sick or something, you're still fine. If shit goes down, you're still fine. You know, it's just even like it doesn't even have to be bad in the terms of that they start hating you or excluding you or you lose somebody or whatever. Like it's really like putting your eggs in multiple baskets is good for so many different things. Like literally we like so first of all, I didn't do this in the beginning of the relationship. I relied on Zeg to fulfill my needs, and he relied on me to fulfill his needs, and that was a toxic dynamic. And we put a lot of work into this to get out of this dynamic. And still today, we sometimes like go back into that dynamic and then need to check ourselves that we put our eggs in multiple baskets because our partner, if they need to fulfill all of our needs, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of effort. And if they want to, you know, like they have to live their own lives as well. Like it's just a lot. And then apart from that, even for example, like as simple as with something financially, at the moment I dropped out of university because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna move country. I'm gonna move away from my dad. I just want to be out here. And Zeg said it's okay if he works, and I trust him and all of that stuff, you know. Like my mom told me like don't do that, finish your studies, and like you can't rely on Zeg to do this. Like what if you guys break up, blah blah blah, whatever. And she phrased it from this perspective of like I need to have my own money because I can't trust Zeg. And that I dismissed because I was like I can trust Zeg, so this argument you give me is not valuable anymore. The thing is though, now I realize I shouldn't have trusted in Zeg, not because Zeg fails me, but the economy can fail me too. So now stuff got so expensive that I essentially need to find a job because Zeg can't afford life for us both, even though at the beginning he could. And now I don't have the finished studies. Like, it would have been so much easier to just finish the studies first. I would have something to fall back on. Like, there are so many ways you can be fucked, and it doesn't have to be the people who love you. Don't rely on one person. Just for nothing. Don't rely on one person because that's a fragile system. Now, and yeah, life is still about survival. That's a thing. Like, we're not guaranteed anything. Like, this is also like, honestly, that thought low-key can make you happy even. Because it leads you to not comparing with your neighbor who has more money, but comparing with the neighbor who's not alive anymore because he died in a car crash with 20. And being, thank God, I still get to have this life. So, life is still about survival. Nothing is guaranteed. We have put a lot of systems in place as a society to make life easier and to make it our life expectancy higher and to catch more people if they fall through, our system is still spotty as fuck. Spotty as fuck. You cannot rely on the system to catch you. It will go wrong. Like, especially, this is also like one of the things, I'm not going to say, okay, it's not going to be, it will go wrong. But this is just like, you know, if life is ironic. So if you rely on it, it's going to go wrong. It's just going to show you directly in like learning by doing effect that you shouldn't. So just like don't entirely like, it's good to take a system which is in place and use it as a resource. Like, for example, being like, I'm not ever gonna make friends because I can't fully rely on them doesn't really make sense, right? Because essentially one of those layers you can put on this, like, did you ever hear of this analogy about like plane safety? Like, where it's like, it's not plane safety, it's like aircraft, whatever, flying safety. And it's essentially like they put a bunch of layers of cheese on top, and they all have holes. Or like you can't really like make a layer of cheese which doesn't have holes. But you put so many layers on top that you hope that nothing is going to go through because the holes are not going to line up. And still sometimes the holes line up, and then you put another layer of cheese on top and hope for dear God that now this hole will not line up anymore. And this is essentially how you should approach life as well. But if you then go with like, well, if I can't fully rely on friends and that layer of cheese can still have holes, then I'm not going to put it on top anyhow. I'm not going to invest in it. That's also not the smartest thing to do, because you could have another layer of cheese there. No layer of cheese is without holes. So the layer of friendship is just as good as the layer of learning emotional regulation for yourself, for example. And you just put as many layers on top as you can, and then you're super resilient. Yeah. I've had people tell me I make them a side couch therapist, which is another reason. I think if something like this comes your way, how do you think about it? How does it feel? Like, I already have an idea about like what to say, but I just want to know if we're on the same page there. I still make friends, but that doesn't mean I trust them. I think you should, technically, you shouldn't trust anyone 100%, and not because humans are bad, but because life is complex. You know? Like, life is really complex. For example, like, I trusted Zach in that moment, and now it turns out I shouldn't have trusted in him because of him. No, because of economy, right? So it's a thing where like this whole doesn't even need to come from them, right? It doesn't need to have, like, I wouldn't want to be the person who's like, I don't trust nobody, because that can also mean that you actually don't really use this resource of friends, because you don't like, you don't ask them if you need emotional support, because you're like, I don't trust them. I don't want to get into personal stuff with them. Which is kind of sad, because that's one of the best things friends can give us. And you think I'm a bad person? I think it doesn't need to mean that you're a bad person. Sometimes we need to find ways how to fit together. So we have these, I don't know if you've been there with the puzzle piece analogy before, but we're all different puzzle pieces, right? And first of all, we need to find the puzzle pieces which fit together. And with some people, we just won't fit. Doesn't make them a bad person, doesn't make us a bad person, we just don't fit together. Sometimes, like on this very, like if we want to fit really, really good, we usually need to put work into that. So, for example, with the like side couch therapist thing, and if they don't like that, like you can also ask like, how can I get emotional support from you then? Like what is the part about it specifically which is like not okay for you? Like, is it maybe, and then sometimes it can really just be that, for example, like with this side couch therapist, what I could imagine is that the person has the expectation or feels the pressure that they need to give you a solution and help you, where they don't feel comfortable with that pressure. They don't know a good solution. They also don't know really better. And versus they would be absolutely fine if you just vent to them, but tell them specifically that you don't need them to find a solution. You just want to vent. That can, for some people, completely fix it already. And then you still get your need fulfilled, right? So sometimes it's really about like trying to find out in like what way it like doesn't fit now, like, but what way specifically, and then you still find a way how it can fit. Yeah. And especially if you get insecure in that moment when they tell you this, do you know how you react to, like, if somebody tells you this, how do you react to it? Because if you feel like you're a bad person, that's quite an emotional charge. A thousand or zero, I spiral into self-hatred, saying things like, I'm a horrible person. Hmm. That's kind of hard for your friends then. Because it makes it hard to critique you, right? So if they notice that any critique sort of drives you into this ultimate hole of like, you're so bad, even though they don't think you're so bad, what can happen is that you essentially never get feedback except they are crashing out. And then it's probably like mean feedback. Is that a pattern which you recognize, or did it not get to that? How often do I stream? I stream twice a week at the moment. But sometimes it changes because I'm like, I low-key sort of just started my own business, so feels weird to say this, but kinda. Just sort of happened. But we'll see. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So this makes a lot of sense, right? Because essentially, it turns conflicts into black and white, right? Because there's no, like, it feels like there's no space in between. Like, I got this, I actually, let me find a piece of paper. Where I can show you a concept my therapist actually showed me. And I thought it was really, really helpful, actually. Okay. So, well, I don't need to put this on there as well. So if we have a graph, right? And the graph is essentially the, what was it again? It's the emotional intensity of the conflict to the how you react to it, so your emotional intensity. And usually, right, it should go like this. Like it should correlate with each other sort of directly, right? If somebody does something really shit, you react like harshly, like you put your boundaries down, you like make sure you're safe. If somebody does something like only a little bit, you know, like you softly put your boundaries down and like things are fine, right? Like, so these things, like usually they're sort of like one to one, right? Like they make sense to each other. For me, the things were so I personally I had this like story of that I felt like a burden to the people around me. So for this first part, or like for this lower part, essentially, where like where the emotional intensity of like what, or the emotional meaning what they did was like sort of low, I wouldn't do anything. I would do absolutely nothing. Because I would just like, even if it would like annoy me or something, I would not say anything because I would be like, oh, but I can't, you know, like I need to be tolerant, like I can't like restrict them. I can't like, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want them to not like me. I don't want to tell them this is annoying to me. Like I just want them to be able to be like fully themselves, and I'm just gonna take it. But the thing is, what you end up in that moment is where every conflict essentially like stacks up, or like the little ones maybe you get over them, but at the point where you don't just get over them, they stack up and then they escalate at a certain point. So then you are at this upper point here, right, where like it escalated and you have a big reaction to it. The thing is, it wouldn't have needed to get there, right? Like you could have fixed it here. Like you could have told them like, ah, like these kind of jokes, like I really don't like them. Like I think they're like super problematic actually. I feel quite uncomfortable if you make them. And if you have like multiple friends, like people don't sweat these tiny things. You know? Like they're just like, ah, okay, I get it. And then they make them with other people but not with you. You know? Which is fine. Right? So, if what this dynamic does, if you are not able to handle the conflicts in the small areas, but if you let them stack up the entire time, is that a lot of your friendships are either not going to end, even though you don't really do much for it, and then usually most things are settled with passive aggressiveness and avoidance, and not by conflict, or they're going to end in a big clash, right? And that's it. So this is why if you don't handle, and then you get like more insecure, you even longer don't say your boundaries because you feel like, oh no, you were too much again, you know? And then this gets even worse. And the next one is going to be like of the intensity, like even higher. So this is why this sort of turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy to a certain extent, where you then get lots of evidence because your friendships either don't escalate at all or they escalate heavy. And then it reinforces this behavior. But essentially, the only thing you need to do, and I know this is like, oh, the only thing you just need to do, but if you want to break it down simple, the only thing you need to do is to handle more conflicts on the part before it's big bad, before they get there. Because these small conflicts here, it's way easier to recover from this. And way more friendships can. Because for this, most people have the capacity and the emotional competence to do that. But if you let everything get to here, especially if it's then maybe like months old stuff, which is escalating, this is really hard to recover from. So those friendships are going to end way more likely than if you handle them there. So what this essentially means is you have way more friendships which are going to end than otherwise you wouldn't need to. And you have a way more bigger space where you don't feel comfortable. Because from the first point of there was a problem, you didn't speak about it, and you weren't able to get over it yourself, but you actually like do resent them, until the point where it escalates, you're going to be uncomfortable. And that's going to make you more on edge for other things as well. Can somebody have too many boundaries? So, to a certain point, yes. This is a difficult question. Because the thing is, generally, I would say no. I would say like your boundaries are like part of your puzzle piece, and you need to find a person where these boundaries are okay for, and then it's going to be fine. And for some people, these boundaries are not going to be okay for, and with those, then you just don't have a friendship, and that's okay too, right? There is a point where if you make every little thing a hard boundary, you turn from being able to make compromises within a friendship to my way or no way. And if it's my way or no way, a lot of people are going to choose no way. And the people which are going to go with your way might be quietly resentful or avoidant or sort of like fix it without a conflict, but not be really your way, right? So there should be a space where you don't tell them like, boundaries are things where we set them up about our space, right?
It's essentially like this close and not closer. It's not a thing we give people and be like this far and not further, right? So it shouldn't go, and I know this is now a bit weird to understand maybe, but it's essentially it shouldn't restrict the other person in within their space, but be a thing of like this closer, not closer. Like it should have to do with us, not with them. What the difference here is if I say these jokes really make me uncomfortable, please don't say them when I'm around. Or like, yeah, how would you, I don't, yeah, sort of like this. Like if you say these make me uncomfortable, and like please don't say them when I'm around. It's a thing where you don't really, like you say it's a you thing, right? And then they can still be like, well, then I don't want you around, and that's fair, you know? If we make it sort of like a general rule where we're like, these jokes are not okay, you can never say them to nobody, then this is a thing where we want to restrict them, right? Because it's like you can, like, this is not about me, this is like you're wrong, you behaved wrong and you should correct yourself. This is where we restrict them, and this is not something we have to do. Like now you might think like, okay, but what if somebody is like racist or whatever, blah blah blah, here comes the system in place. Technically, we're not police, we're no judges. We don't need to make these judgments. We don't need to restrict other people. That's not our job. So I would still handle them with, if you make these kind of jokes, I can't be friends with you. I think they're really problematic and harmful to society. And I just can't be friends with a person where I so utterly morally disagree with them. Now, and hi, Verve. And hi, Ravi. Welcome, welcome. We're at the moment in the spotlight with Lady Reinhardt, so my attention is on them. But I think in that regard, so like boundaries should always be a thing from you. And it's easier if you phrase boundaries with, like, it sort of depends on how you want to phrase boundaries. Certain boundaries are maybe a thing where you don't even have a problem with the behavior directly, but you have a emotional reaction to it because you put a meaning on it which might be incorrect. And then you want to, like, rather than putting a boundary of like, you can't make these jokes with me, rather talk about it and be like, hey, I don't know, whenever you make these jokes, or like whenever you say these, I don't know, whenever you make these jokes, I really feel like you're, I don't know, you don't, so for example, like jokes about you, like I really feel like you don't like me. And like this is like, there's like quiet resentment or something. And I always wonder if there's like something like under the surface or whatever. And then that person and you with that person can maybe find a compromise how these jokes can be changed into a setting where you don't feel like this anymore. Like maybe you can agree that like if you feel like this again, you're just gonna ask him like, hey, is everything fine between us? And then they say like, yeah, everything's fine, don't worry, it was just a joke, trust me. Or they can agree that like, I don't know, they will, if something ever comes up, they will tell you and have to tell you, and can't hide behind jokes or something like this. Like there is like ways how you can find like a compromise there to make something which, like a behavior which is initially harmless, change the meaning for you. And then that also works, right? And then there might be things where you can't really make a compromise, right? Where like, I don't know. I don't know if there's a certain smell or whatever which is triggering like a PTSD experience, like a traumatic experience or something. That will be a thing where like there is no real compromise you can do. Like if they have contact with you, they can't smell like this, period. Like otherwise you're gonna have like flashbacks or whatever. Like it just doesn't, like it's not, like at the moment at least where you're still like struggling with this PTSD, it's like there's nothing you can do. Like this is out of your hands essentially. And then it's a hard boundary. What? Ah, mm-hmm. Mm. I mean, sometimes we do need to explain things, right? Like to some people, it just like maybe wouldn't. Yeah, I now understood it. To some people, this like doesn't make sense just like that, right? And that's like with friends, like we also like usually we sort of expect like that there's gonna be like some type of explanation. This explanation doesn't have to be big though, right? It can also be okay if you say like, hey, I know you like want to know an explanation, but I can't. And I hope that's okay. I hope you can respect it just by knowing this. But this is like really important for me. And trust me, it's worth it to do it. Like it's not just a small tiny thing I could get over, you know? But it sometimes is not really enough to talk about like the emotional meaning of it to you instead of like anything else. But there's a lot of ways how we can get out of this extreme black and white situation. And like even with BPD, there's a lot you can like learn how to get better at this. It might be like different strategies for sure, right? And the window where you need to intervene might be smaller and might be harder. But there's definitely also a lot of things you can do there. Now, but I think this is also fine, right? So that's the thing. Like, it's fine that, like, she says, like, oh, this is triggering to me. Like, if that, for example, like eating meat in front of her would be triggering to her, that's fine. Doesn't make her a bad person. Doesn't make you a bad person either. Like, maybe you're just puzzle pieces who don't fit together, right? Like, not every person is the same. Not everybody fits the same mold, and that is perfect. That is good the way it is. Like, we as a species survive because of this amount of diversity. And we, thankfully, we don't need to judge about other people, right? Like, we can argue all day about like how if she has these like short or like big boundaries, you know, that like she might not find any friends or whatever. But who are we to judge? We don't need to, right? Like, that's her problem, that's not ours. The thing is, it got to the point of harassment from her end. If you are in that friendship out of free will, you can always just not be in that friendship, right? If that's a thing where it's like you don't really are friends with her, she's just like a work colleague or like one of the many people in a friend group, like there needs to be a bit more tolerance. That like then you can like talk about like this is really harassment. Like I don't even want to do something with you, and you're like getting like like mixing yourself up in my business, and that's fair. But if it's just a friendship where you can just be like, well, like then we're not friends, then it's like I wouldn't say harassment. It's just like just say you're not friends. It's like it doesn't have to be like for some people she might be the perfect friend because they have the same boundaries and it's a match made in heaven. It was more of a friend group thing. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, then it also is always important also how the friend group thinks about this, right? Like if the friend group is like, like we as a group, we decide, like we're gonna all respect her wishes, and then maybe the entire friend group is not your thing. Yeah, exactly. And then like as a group, like you guys are gonna come to a conclusion that like, hey, the level of tolerance we're meeting in this group is like on that level, and like either like there needs to be some compromise and we're open to compromise, but if there's no available compromise, then we're also open to letting you go out of that friend group. Don't worry about it, Lady Reinhardt. I don't really think it's heated. I think Forov just has like his or their own experiences to this. And I mean, I do understand how, like, to you, maybe where, like, Forlov said, like, oh, like, this was one of the things where, like, I wanted to make a comment about this as well, is the message, like, the term I really hate is triggered, because nowadays, instead of confronting things, the younger generation hides behind that. It's like, this is a really generalized statement, right? And I don't really like generalizations in this stream because, especially, for example, if it's then a generalization about like, oh, people who use the word triggered are stupid, essentially, it's there's a lot of people here who have PTSD. They are triggered. They're triggered for real, like if they're triggered for real. Like they're not, you know, so it's like having a problem with like this specific person or something, like everybody I think can understand, everybody can feel with you, can relate with you. But generalized statements usually make it like harder to relate because there's going to be somebody who's going to be on the wrong side of that generalization. This is why we usually stay away from generalizations, which are sort of like can be hurtful. Don't worry about the dark light. But I'm glad that you shared it, Lady Rhinog. Like, it's important that you do. Because this is exactly one of those things. Like, this may be like, like cross the small boundary, but now we can like talk about it. We can like sort of clarify how we meant things, and that like everything with you is fine, And then maybe we can also help you to deal with your insecurity in that moment. No. This is exactly what I'm. Okay, you misunderstood me there. What I meant is that other people here have PTSD and use the word triggered. So when you say like, oh, but like the youth just use it to like not confront their problems, then like there's gonna be some people here, some younger people who use the word triggered and feel very self-conscious about maybe not doing enough or not being enough. So they're gonna be at the wrong side of that generalization. Exactly. And this, I think, maybe also where like Lady Reinach felt she's at the wrong end of that generalization. But this wasn't about you, Lady Reinach, and I hope you know this. Yeah, exactly. No worries. I'm glad you shared it. Like, that was why we were able to explain it. And why we knew it needs explaining. And that's really fine. Suck it up, buttercup generation. Oh my god. I never heard this. I just love how it rhymes. Suck it up, buttercup. Oh, yeah. What is Gen X? Until which year is that, by the way? And do you have any questions, Lady Rhinox, still? It is until year 1975? Or you are born 1975? I thought Gen X was until like 2000 or something? No? No idea. Let me Google. Oh no, it's till 1980. It's fine. No, it's not. It's not until 2000. It's until 1980. From like 1965 to 1980, and the 2000s is Gen Z, and the 1990s is also Gen Z. I would actually to a certain extent say I was raised by my mom, who's like a very very much suck it up buttercup style. She got way like way more sweet in the last couple of years, but you know, maybe to be fair, it was like a really tough situation with like how like with my upbringing, because of my dad and everything. Um, so I'm actually not too sure if she's like, maybe she herself is not raising people with Suck It Up Buttercup, but she's fairly well raising people with Suck It Up Buttercup, but not entirely, you know? Like, also enjoy life. Sort of like those mixed together, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you so much for the 50 biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You skipped millennials? I don't know where millennials are. Like, I don't. What? Who is millennials? I don't know. Oh, from 1981 to 1996 is millennial. Oh, 1994 to 2000 is zillennial. And then 1997 to 2012 is Gen Z. So then zillennial and Gen Z have like overlapping years. I'm so confused by this. I don't really care about it. Watching from the bathroom. Welcome. Mm. I see, I see. Okay, guys, I'm gonna quickly head to the toilet and then I'm gonna come back. Lady Reinag, if you still like, you know, like have some questions or want something clarified or whatever, let me know. Yeah. Hands washed. Exactly, Lady Reinag, yeah. And a part of like trying to talk about things before it gets really bad. I mean, I think the name was actually quite inspirational. Inspired me to go to the bathroom, clearly. I think just because of the dot. I think Twitch makes everything a link, which is like letters, dot, letters. No worries, Arlo. All right. So I think this is the moment where we do our stream ending ritual. Because it's already quite late, we're already over 5 hours. And it's really getting way too hot to sit here. Like, I'm starting to sweat so much. Perfect, Lady Reinhardt. Definitely talk about it with your therapist. So, what we now usually do is we do belly breathing, stretching, and all stars. All stars is always like sharing our favorite moment of the stream at the end of the stream. I think that's quite cute. And belly breathing is like a super common exercise to de-stress and calm down, also from anxiety attacks, panic attacks. And also can be used for grounding, for example, or if you're struggling to know how you feel. So that's belly breathing, and when we do it, to really calm down. And then we stretch because sitting is really unhealthy. And I just want to make sure you move a little bit before you go over to maybe the next stream or doom scrolling or whatever you do. And that you notice what your body needs and how you maybe, should move. Let's not start that topic this stream because I think it's going to be a bigger topic. The only thing I do want to say already is times are different than back then. Like the struggles the generation now has are different to back then. Like we all live this day for the first time, and we can't know how, like, what other generations like really suffer through because we have been growing up different. And finding like an objective measurement of how hard something is, I think is also really difficult. But it's definitely going to be different too back then. So, let's actually start with stretching. Oh. Just do what your body feels like. I think it's just a really difficult discussion because it's just been super different back then. And so and like nobody, like everybody only lived their own life. So it's really hard to like relate to others, and it's even harder to relate to others who didn't grow up in the same time. Even though that already can be really hard. I think we should never dismiss anybody struggling with being like, oh, but that isn't as hard as I struggled. I think that's never a good idea and always misses the point. This exercise is really good for mobilizing the lower back. It was taught to me by my chiropractor because sitting can like really make our spines get like super, like how do you even say this, super stuck. And just sitting and then like going like sitting straight but like going left and right a bit to the floor is mobilizing the lower vertebrae, giving some mobility back. Yeah. I think feminization of men is also like a really I think to a certain extent like a really problematic phrase, especially if we use it in a context of like making men weak, because we imply with that if you're feminine you're weak, which is attributed to women usually. So then just calling like half the people weak is just, it's like going very into this thing of like, oh, like the only thing you have to do as a man is not be a woman, but like really you have to try hard to not be a woman. Like nail polish, no. Wiping your ass, no. Basic hygiene, no. Otherwise you're too feminine, you're gay. Like that's really like the type of threads I've seen on Reddit about like, is, I don't know, like hugging your friend gay, is wiping your ass gay, is brushing your teeth gay, is really insane. Genetically speaking, males are waste energy. What? Okay, that's a wild. What? How? What? We need to get into that one. Okay. But maybe not today. Let's keep the discussion for next time. Okay. So. Belly breathing, the way it works is you put one hand on your belly, you put one hand on your chest. You essentially want to push the hand on your belly out with breathing into your belly And the hand on your chest should optimally, like essentially like not move, because you don't want to breathe in like this, but you want to keep your chest the same, just breathe into your belly. It's also sometimes like belly breathing is also called stomach breathing or diaphragmatic breathing. But yeah, so maybe you've heard of any of those. The way I like to do it, I like to breathe in through my nose, breathe out through my mouth. When I breathe out, I push my lips a bit together so that there's a bit of resistance. And so it like sort of reminds you to breathe slowly, but also remember to breathe all the way out. Like don't like stop halfway or something, okay? Breathe all the way out. And then how I like to do is I always have my eyes closed and like to not be distracted or anything. And I like to count to 10, and every time my mind wanders, every time I don't know, like I can't remember the number I'm on or something, I start back from 0. And so at the end, when I get to 10, I actually am sort of focused on myself, focused on my body. My mind is not racing anymore. I'm not overthinking anymore. I'm not like anxiety is not doing its thing, you know, but I'm just with my body chilling. And at the end of it, what you can do as well is you can add a body scan on it. Body scan is like an exercise which can help to like really feel with your body. Like especially like I'm one of those people. I really struggle to notice my emotions or also what my body is telling me. Like I'm really easy to just completely brute force stuff with my head, which sadly is probably one of the things why I have chronic headache. So sort of to counteract that, I always do like a body scan at the end of this, where I check in with all of my body parts, how they're doing. So I just like consciously feel how my feet feel, how my legs feel, how my stomach feels, how my arms feel, my back, my neck, my eyes, my mouth. Like, do I like need water? Like, do I need to drink? Do I need to eat? Do I need to air out the apartment? Do I need to walk? Maybe does my back hurt and I shouldn't sit anymore? And like all of these things, I just try to like check in with how my body is doing. Um, and I always do that at the end because that's the moment where you're like closest to yourself. And then after that, we're gonna do all stars. So yeah, where we share what our favorite thing of the stream was. And yeah, I can only recommend to take part in belly breathing. It like I've been there myself where I thought like these exercises for weaklings. But you know, it really helps if you're like, especially if you're one of those people who is like always running, always doing stuff, always chasing the next goal, and just like doing so many things and rushing towards the next and next and next, to just stand still. right. Well, we're just closing up the stream, so now we're doing our All Stars, and then it's over already, Peaches. So, I also try to make it known when it sounds too wild. Yeah, just adding like a KEKW or something is always good. So, what was your guys' All Stars? I mean, mine, of course. That Indy resubscribed for 7 months. Like, hello. I still have to thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate your support and thank you. Sure. 5 minutes, you said, right? Yeah, perfect. Like HRS, I think is like, you know, it's like English for minutes, right? Yeah. And hi, Chuck. Welcome. We're just closing the stream off. You're just coming right at the end. Sorry. Facts of being Australian. Aww. So I think that for me, really, the entire stream was super nice because it was like the first stream back home, and like I wasn't here for like 1.5 weeks, right? So I really was just so excited to see you all, and you guys were here like right at the beginning already, like so many. And then we even had like, I don't know, I think we had like 22 viewers at some point, where I was like, oh my god, I feel honored. Like for the just like first stream back, you know. And I think apart from that, like also having so many spotlights, like it was a lot. It's definitely like I'm a bit exhausted now. Like we're going like up to 6 hours now, so that was quite a long stream. But and like next time I have to, you know, I have to call it earlier. But I just really enjoy to keep going and keep going. I just put all my energy in this, even though now like I'm so hungry, like you guys cannot imagine. Like it's nearly 6 p.m. Now, and I had a small cereal before the stream. I'm so hungry, and it's like so warm, and it's like I'm just gonna survive on the couch for the rest of the day and make whatever food is the easiest to make and call it a day. But I don't know. I just couldn't stop earlier. It was just, I don't know. It was so much fun, and I missed it, and I just had to do it. So I don't know. For me, it was really the entire stream. And I think at the end, like one of the last really nice things was that Lady Reinach shared that um, that she's insecure about that she made like that the spotlight got a little bit like heated, or like she thinks she made the stream a little bit heated with the spotlight, and we were able to resolve that, and that was, I don't know. I'm glad you were brave enough to do that and share that. My trip back home was actually quite nice. Yeah. Well, we had to like pay 60 euros for like Zeg's adrenaline, like need for adrenaline. But apart from that, it was really, really nice. I had, oh my god, I didn't even tell you guys. I had such a lovely talk with, I met at like the Ulm, like in Germany, Ulm Hauptbahnhof, which is like the main train station. There was like we were just sitting there waiting, and there was a trash can next to us, and there was an elderly person coming up to the trash can and like just like saying to us like, oh hello, I'm just like looking for, you know, like bottles, because in Germany there's this system where like for like to recycle bottles more often or have people like actually recycle them, there's like a small fee. And so he was looking for these bottles to have a bit of extra income. And then we started talking, and I sort of like asked him about his life and why sort of like his rent is not enough and all of these things. And it was like I learned about him that he's 69. He was 69 and he was still like he had this like tiny rollator thing, but he was still walking. He looked fairly healthy. And like with 69, imagine this age, like he's going to hit 100, like for sure. And but then also heartbreaking, of course, because like why does he need to work with 69? Like why does he need to look for bottles? Like that's really just, and then in a state like Germany, like we should really be better than this. Um but it was also really inspiring because he then said like he's not mad about it. He's not unhappy. Like he doesn't compare himself to people who have it better. He's thankful for every day he has. And I don't know. It was such a wholesome talk. Yeah. It was so so wholesome. Who else does I am penning biography? And also setting boundaries. I do wait for that biography. No, I didn't, Dinny. Yeah. All right, Dinny. And hi, relaxing. Welcome, welcome. We are going offline though now. Sorry. Apparently, Germany going through 40 degrees right now. How's Netherlands? Um, I don't think it's 40 outside. No, but it's definitely hot. Like this week has been like really, really warm for sure. Like extremely warm. Like we had in the apartment like 27 degrees yesterday or something, but 40 degrees nah. Like I think we're like 30, 35 or something. Yeah, I mean that can very well be the case, Dinny. I still play League, by the way. So what's the update, Peaches? Cooked. Mm, yeah, I don't value that hot take. I think it's uninformed. Then you can also say like alcohol should be banned and any drug should be banned. Also, like cigarettes. Like I don't know, like if you want to ban everybody who could be a threat to society, then you can say like all men should be in prison because statistically crimes are like overwhelmingly committed by men. So yeah, I mean, if it's a choice, then it's even worse now that people do make that choice. it's it's just really like, you know, it's like not considering why people are mentally ill. So, and like, I don't know. I don't think this is a hot take for this stream. A lot of mental struggles are like you're not born with, right? Like, I don't know, like PTSD, for example. Yeah, I was busy with the Americans hot take. And this dog has been permabanned. Amazing. Let's go. I mean, I hope that's it then, but we'll see. But I hope that's it. But that's a really good update. I mean, that's a really fast update too. Like we only talked about it today and now it's already like sort of or like seems resolved. I mean, that's good. I didn't expect it to happen so quick. So I hope that was really it with the stalker then. I hope you're Gucci Peaches. But I'm gonna go now, guys. I'm gonna go. I do need to eat. It's now literally 6 p.m. We're like 4 minutes before 6 hours. The stream has been going on forever. But I'm glad we have such a positive update towards the end. I mean, that's good to hear. So, for anybody who's new, join the Discord. What else do we have? Oh, we have the resource list. Oh yeah, that is already actually. So this is the link where you get to my resource list. There's like a bunch of free resources you can find on the internet, which are really amazing. They're not only mental health related, they're also, for example, how to fix a washing machine, how to like free learning websites, the solar system animated, and animation, like free animation tools and all of these things, and like resource sites for like, for example, digital resources and my cookbook and book recommendations. It's really like so many resources of the best things I found on the internet. So I can only recommend it. And then if anybody had fixed a washing machine is all I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And if anybody's interested in what I do in terms of like digital art or design, who can like they can head over to my shop. There is a bunch of well, actually now more interesting Pride merch and well, not really merch, but just like Pride cloth designs and also mental health related and also D&D related and just I don't know, I'm like super into like design and creative stuff. I do lots of different things and you find them all there. Also like for example like D&D character sheets and everything. It's still technically merch. I think merch is stuff where like they're like directly related to stream and like maybe have your name on it now. Because otherwise you would go to like New Yorker and be like, oh, it's merch. Like I'm gonna buy their merch. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like at a certain point it turns into a brand. I don't know. Anyways, all the proceeds, of course, like make this stream possible here. And yeah. Thank you for stream and for the spotlight earlier. You really truly helped me calm down. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. It's Crate brand merch, but it's not cute Crate. No, I guess you're right. The brand is not very self-sufficient, to be honest. What is the mental health talk? Well, I mean, what it is, it's over now. But we talk about a bunch of different things, and usually what chatters come up with and want to talk about. So today we talked about boundaries, for example, and like a bunch of things. We talked about so many things. I'm trying to put all the other things in like one word, but yeah, mental health would be the word. So it's really like if anybody has a problem, they can come here and talk about it and share it vulnerably. And if anybody has a question, they can ask it and we talk about it. And we share resources and everything around mental health. And I mean, the topics are usually like mental health related. So yeah, the mental health talk is many things. We can talk about topics like depression, OCD, BPD, anxiety, suicide, even like it really depends on what is asked and what people are interested in and have questions about. Yeah. Aw, that's so sweet of you guys. But yeah, so that's I think the best I can phrase it, Yui. And I mean maybe maybe chat can give their take on what the stream is and what the mental health talks are as well. But I'm gonna dip out now, okay? Because I've been going on for 6 hours. I need food. I need water. I just need I need a lot of needs fulfilled. I mean, that's perfect timing, Dewey, because I gotta go too. Wait. Is Peach is now just baiting me to wait? Or is there actually something coming? Okay. I literally, I so expected it.